Good evening. I'd like to call a meeting to order. This is the March 14th, 2012 hearing of the Lowell Conservation Commission. Couple of announcements. One, if you have a cell phone page or other device that makes noise, kindly turn it off or to silent. If it goes off during the meeting, you'll be asked to leave. The second thing is just for everyone, I guess, in the TV audience, all the public hearings will be moving to channel 99, I guess on Comcast or your cable provider, as of March 20th. So at least as far as the Conservation Commission is concerned, our next hearing or next meeting will be on channel 99 and not whatever channel it's on tonight. So I guess we'll see you somewhere else next time. Moving on, this to order of business, this is continued from prior hearings. Samkan Kun, Community of Khmer Buddhist Monks, Inc., concerning DEP file number 2060685. Project location is 48 and 104 Townsend Avenue and 800.1 and 810 Varnum Avenue. And it's an after-the-fact filing for clearing temporary structures and mobile home installation in bordering land subject to flooding or the 100-year or 1% floodplain. Mr. Kuhn, if you could kindly identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Samkan Kun. I am here this evening on behalf of the Community of Khmer Buddhist Monks. I would like to start by saying good evening to everyone and to the chairman, as well as to all of the members of the commission and also a member of the community here, and particularly those who are watching live, from their own comfort home or living room, as supposed to be. I am a proud Lowellian for the past 17 years. And a proud father of 4 young children as well. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Cambodian American community and also the community of Khmer Buddhist Monks, whose members have purchased the nearly 5 acres of parcel of land in the Patakat Wall neighborhood. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Cambodian American community member who made up about a quarter of Lowell population here. Our ultimate goal of the community of Khmer Buddhist Monks is to build a simple Theravada Buddhism temple and a Cambodian American Cultural Center on the land we just purchased in the Patakat Well neighborhood. The temple and the cultural center itself will be built with the traditional Cambodian architectures and American modern buildings. The goal is to help our fellow Cambodian Americans, young and old, as well as others, to practice Theravada Buddhism and to also promote Cambodian American culture here in the Greater Lowell. And we have been working very hard to come to you with different versions of the plan, how imperfect and diverse, but we have tried very hard to come. And we also have come together to ask for your permission to help clean up the area where we intended to build the temple and the cultural center. Our people have gone through a lot of tremendous hardships prior to coming here, from being the survivor of the US bombings in the 70s, where nearly 3 million tons of bomb dropped over Cambodia, where some 500,000 people were killed from the bombing, followed by the killing field that nearly 2 million people were killed by the Khmer rule, followed by the refugee exodus and the refugee camp along the Cambodian-Thai border. Eventually, 250,000 of Cambodian survivors made their way safe to America, and some 20 to 25,000 of them are here in Lowell. And that's the reason why we're here tonight, is to ask your permission, is to work with you to work with a neighbor, and to comply with all the rules and regulations that call forth and set forth by your commissions, so that we can put a trailer, so that we can plan our temple development project there, and also, to promote the good understandings, the better awareness, the art and cultural center, we have pretty much so much need in our community. With all the technical expertise and the consultant we have had, as well as with others that you have called for, we are prepared to answer any question that you have regarding to all those that you asked for, and we believe that we have provided just about everything that you have asked for. And if there is anything missing, we're happy to provide you that. But what we really want to do will be to continue to work with you, to ask for your guideline, and to allow us, to ultimately put a simple trailer, and we are willing to compromise by not connecting the sewage, the gas, and the water, but simply just the electricity, so that we can be there temporarily, again, so that we can work on our project. We are about to kickstart an ambitious project, a couple of campaign projects, where we have a goal to reach out and recruit some 84,000 members with a one-time ask of $100 donation to support the project. We are simply asking you for your permission to help us so that we can build this temple, so that we can build this cultural center. Our people have lost so much. This is the last hope. This is the last chance. This is an opportunity for us to do something, something good. This is also a sense of justice as well, that we're trying to do this, to replenish what has been taken away from us, have been destroyed. Our fellow members who lost their lives are not here to speak on their behalf, but we're here to speak on their behalf. And we only simply, again, humbly ask you for your permission to put this trailer and to continue the project so that we ultimately can build a temple and a cultural center there. So with that, without further ado, once again, I ask that you consider our proposal, our drawings, our map, our plans, our notice of intent, and everything that we put forward thus far to be approved tonight, so that we can begin the project as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Good evening.
Mr.
I'm
Erickson.
Stephen Erickson from North Environmental Services. We had met with Craig and Aaron several weeks ago. We went over the plans. They had come up with some good suggestions on changes on the plan. We put those suggestions in there. We removed the sewer, the water, and gas, clarified some of the details on the plan, and we've submitted to you an existing plan and a proposed conditions plan. It's the same proposal it was before, except we don't have the water, the sewer, and the gas, but we have clarified the plan and made some of those minor changes.
Before the meeting, it's because this has been a thing throughout. It's been an issue throughout several of the hearings. Before I go down that road, though, I just want to say that was a very compelling introduction. Thank you for that. I appreciate the effort that you spent to get these plans in a more consolidated fashion. But I went back because I've heard a dimension specified. Is it a mobile home? Is it a construction trailer? How big is it? And to be honest with you, I couldn't find anything. I'm suppose it may have been. I know I've heard something 14 by
14 by 70.
14 by 70. Okay,
Yes.
and that's the size of the. Okay, I did some checking. Bing and Google can be your friend, and I visited a couple of construction sites throughout the city, and over the last 2 weeks, And I couldn't find a construction trailer wider than 12 feet that's described as being other than temporary. Mostly they're 8, 10, or 12 feet, either 40 or 60 feet long. There was a couple of oddball ones that are really long, but that, for the most part, that was it. I mean, visiting throughout the city, there's a couple right up on Pawtucket, up by the bridge site, that are fairly wide. They're 14-footers, or 12-footers, I'm sorry. There's a couple actually out well, this isn't in the city, this is in Westford on Boston Road, and they're just regular 10-foot by, they look to be 40 feet. I didn't, but they're definitely only 10 feet wide. And then I looked up mobile homes, and they sort of start at 10, 12, or 14 feet, which is described as a single wide, and then anything over that, 16, 18, 20, and I guess that perhaps they go even wider, described as a double wide. And from what I understand by that is they're moved onto the site on 2 trailers, and then they're joined at some point in time and placed on either some sort of pier or foundation or whatnot. They're really not meant to stay on an axle or on a wheel or wheels or something like that. And some of those can get really large. They're 90 feet, 70 feet, 60 feet. For the most part, they were all fairly large structures because they're intended to be lived in. This one's 14 by 70. And I guess the concern that I have, and the concern I heard from some of the neighbors, especially, and Linda Harvey, who was here last time that testified, it really, I thought, made a very poignant point when she had indicated that the water had come up during the Mother's Day flood a couple years ago. The water had come up so fast, and the homes were evacuated so quick that people that really didn't have time to grab possessions, I suppose some rudimentary possessions and whatnot. But cars were left there. They weren't even allowed on the street. What concerns me, and this is the thing that really concerned me, is we have information that Kazanjian Enterprises and Alan Kazanjian, or Kazanjian Inc., is either under contract or has agreed to provide the disconnect and removal, but he may not be allowed to. And that's what really concerns me. They may not be allowed to get into the area. They may not be allowed to even bring a tractor in to remove the, again, I'm reluctant to call it a construction trailer because I didn't find any that big. To remove the mobile home off the site. And if any event, even if they were allowed to disconnect and remove, they might be in a situation where they can only move it onto Townsend Ave or whatnot, and end up blocking other emergency services or residents from ingress and egress. That's a fairly sizable and fairly wide trailer. And we've been out there. I'm assuming it's coming in from Townsend Ave.
Yes.
Okay, and I mean, there wasn't a lot of maneuverability out there. If it was coming in maybe from the parking lot or something like that, that's a whole nother ball of wax. But there really wasn't, to me, a whole heck of a lot of maneuverability, especially when you're trying to do it perhaps at 1 o'clock in the morning with the Clay Pit Brook around your kneecaps, and FEMA emergency services, Lowell police, fire, and people in boats trying to get, in and out, and lives and property, and, we're all about storm damage prevention too. So that kind of troubles me. And I suppose, at least for me, to go back to the start, I'm somewhat satisfied with the existing conditions plan that's been filed. I know perhaps some of my colleagues will have some issues that they wanted to discuss, but I'm fairly well satisfied that I think, you know, we can proceed on that. As far as the proposed work, which is also part of this notice of intent, as far as the proposed work, I would be more comfortable were this temporary trailer to be limited in size really to a construction trailer that could be pulled and taken off the site a little bit quicker than one large piece of equipment that really isn't all that mobile despite its name. I think the mobile is a one-way sort of thing, meaning it's mobile to the site, and then once it's on the site, it's not supposed to be so mobile. I would also be more, and I know this was discussed in some prior meetings, is to limit the time that it's there, you know? And I suppose I'd even be more to the point where I'd like to limit that it can't be brought on site until after, you know, May 31st, you know, hit the dry season and get it out of there before, you know, before the fall rains start to come in. And we're also concerned with high water in the Merrimack and the Clay Pit. And I suppose that's I've thought a lot about this, and it's really troubled me over the last number of hearings, but especially over the last couple of weeks, and I've struggled with it, and you know, I think you know, some points were driven home. Is this going to be, you know, tied down? I mean, a mobile home, there's regulations that, you know, there's other stuff too. How is this going to be insured? Is it insured as a mobile, you know, a trailer type vehicle? Is it, you know, because mobile homes aren't insured like that. The homeowner, they actually get homeowners insurance. They get, it's a special type of policy. Whereas a construction trailer is a commercial thing, it's insured quite differently. So you know, there's that consideration. I don't know what, you know, how this is going to be handled, and you know, there may be legal consequences as a result of how that's dealt with your own insurer. That is beyond our control, but may dictate how this has to be handled, at least as far as liability insurance, as far as property damage insurance is concerned, both to the structure itself and to the neighbors. So I'm throwing that out there. I still, as of now, haven't made up my mind where I'm leaning. I would rather limit the size and the scope of time.
Well, if you've looked at some of the trailers, then you're aware that they're 3 to 4 feet above the existing grade. The existing grade is 97 in that area. 3 to 4 feet above that will be over the 100-year floodplain.
There was
The only part that's in the floodplain is going to be the tires.
There was 3 to 4 feet of water on that site a couple of years ago. A trailer would have been a boat. It would have been quite a sizable boat, if I may, a couple of years ago. So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Erickson, but I think some very valid points were raised at the last hearing about, you know, a couple of tons of mobile home floating down the street and taking out other people's homes or whatnot. I mean, there's some real serious concerns, and we're here for storm damage prevention too. That's part of our jurisdictional edict. So I just wanted to open and let those concerns, at least my own, be known. I'm going to open it up. Commissioner Chalupka. Yeah, I haven't opened it up for any public comment yet, so, okay.
About the proposed construction plan. So there's sewer, gas, and water in the legend, but they're no longer on the proposal, is that correct?
They have been removed.
Okay, I was looking for it, I didn't see it. And can you talk about the stone pad? Is that under the construction trailer and also extended towards the street so that the trailer could be like moved on that? Is it like a driveway?
It's just part of a walkway.
Is it solid? Like what kind of stone pad is it?
Crushed stone, 3/4 inch and a half crushed stone.
Okay. And the trailer rests directly on that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my next question was about the clearing limits. So the clearing limits would, I'm just confused by the fact that they kind of end on the property that says DSM Realty. So are you gonna be doing any clearing outside of the road to the cemetery, or is it contained within just where the construction trailer is, the proposed trail, the cemetery, and the temporary temple area?
The plan has a dashed line indicating the area that's proposed to be cut.
Oh, I thought the tree-shaped line was the clearing limits.
The tree-shaped line is the existing cleared limit.
Okay. Okay. So it's pretty much the same, though. So you would be clearing portions of that old cemetery road or alongside it?
Yes.
And what happened to the other structures that were near the temporary temple? Like there was like a cooking tent before. Are those no longer proposed?
Those are no longer on the site. There are some temporary structures on blocks, wood structures.
Those are the sheds?
Yeah. Small storage sheds.
Okay. Those are my only questions for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Varnum?
I've been doing some studying on this subject, obviously, and we've all been here for many, many meetings. I would say the plans are now in a form that I think is the way we had wanted them, and I appreciate that. I am a floodplain resident myself. I live along the Clay Pit Brook. It's right in my backyard. And I was a victim of the flooding of 2006 and 2007, not in my house, but in my yard. And I was amazed, having never seen it to that extent before, how fast the water can rise. I know that neighborhood of Townsend Ave has a much greater problem than I do, half a mile downstream. I was really influenced by the pictures. I had been around and seen the flood. I'd walked around, I'd driven around and seen the floods of 2006 and 2007. But time kind of clouds your memory, and seeing some of the pictures that the neighborhood did give us last hearing really jogged my memory that this is a very sensitive area. This is an area where people have been suffering with water for many, many years. I know the community of Buddhists is new to the neighborhood, but they need to know too the dangers of high water and how quickly your property can be affected by it. I can appreciate their longing for a temple because I'm an appreciator of any religion. I think it's good for people. And with people who have suffered, I think that having a temple certainly would be very comforting to them. There are some things that can be done in that neighborhood, and The people of that neighborhood have been to this board many, many times, on Shirley Ave, on Melrose Ave, Malden Ave, and Townsend Ave. I would say in total, there are at least 7 and maybe as many as 12 properties that have come before this commission over the years. And in each case, we had required them to meet the standards that are necessary in order for you to build in a floodplain. And those standards include raising the floor levels above the 100-year flood mark. And that's why if you drive down Townsend Ave, you'll see many houses built very high in the air with tall steps. You'll also notice that they have flow-through foundations, which is another way of mitigating the impact of flooding. These people all realized that this was necessary, and they built according to those plans. Now, because this is being called a temporary structure, apparently no one is thinking about these safeguards that are put in place for everyone else, excuse me, everyone else in the neighborhood, and to this point have worked fairly well. The people had to be evacuated, but they were eventually able to go back to their homes. Their homes were still standing, and I can't think that any particular property became a danger to any other adjoining property. When you're talking about a temporary trailer that is not hooked down to a foundation, it's not raised above the flood level, it doesn't have the same flow-through situation that will balance the water pressures.
On the contrary,
It is,
it will be
excuse
a-
me, it is taking up space in the floodplain, in my opinion, and I said this many meetings ago, and that would mean to me that compensation for any of that should be provided. There is a regulation that I was made aware of in the city ordinance, and there's also a regulation in the FEMA flood regulations that prohibit temporary structures such as this in an area such as this. And I do believe that it's a danger and that this could, not only could not be taken out in time because of the size and the speed at which the water rises, but I also feel that it would become a floating object that could seriously damage either property or lives. I think there are things that could be done, and I would like to see this property used as a retreat space for the Buddhists. I think there are some things that can be done, but I don't believe that a temporary trailer is one of them. It's a nice property, it's very peaceful out there, and the rest of this plan that they've proposed looks good to me. I've written up a few additional conditions that I was going to propose tonight if we got to that point. But I am not convinced, and I don't know if I will be convinced in the next few minutes or hours that we're here, that this trailer is possible.
Commissioner Moore?
I agree with everything we've heard here tonight. Did we ever have 2 DEP numbers for this, or has it always been just the one?
No, it's just the one. This is it's a combined, excuse my non-legalese here, it's a combined notice of intent, one, to fulfill the requirements of the earlier enforcement orders for work that's already been completed.
Right.
But they are also asking to do some proposed work, and that's why we split up the plans. But it's all under one notice of intent.
Okay, and that's, I can understand why it was done. I think it might be bogging us down a little bit too, because we do have the 2 separate issues, and it seems to me if we're just looking at the work that's already been done, that clearing, I think, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but from my perspective, it looks as if we're in pretty good shape on the after-the-fact clearing side of things. But we do have the other additional clearing, which it's not clear to me exactly what the square footage is, but there's a fair amount of additional clearing proposed here by the corner of the cemetery in the wetland, and then also further north near a little bit closer to the temple site. And those areas aren't as significant, but they're still worthwhile. And then, of course, the question of the trailer is really the bigger one. And this has come up before. I'm still not confident with any contingency planning that I've seen, regardless of the fact of whether or not it's actually allowed in the floodplain. Knowing, as we do now, how quickly the water can come up, and regardless of the fact of how high the actual floor of the trailer may be, it strikes me that it could easily be a foot deep in there by the time a truck came in to remove it, and by that time it might be entirely too late. I mean, have you been able to come up with any firm way of really identifying when it's time to get this out of there, and how much of a time window you need to do that?
There are people who are going to be on site. They'll be aware of what's going on. And keep in mind, the existing grade is 97 in that area. The floodplain on Townsend Ave is an elevation of 98.
So
if the first floor is going to be 3 feet above that, we are above the 100-year floodplain. And the 100-year floodplain is only a 1% chance of occurring.
But how do you determine how quickly it's rising and what elevation you start to do your work at? Do you start getting the groundwork laid to get it out of there within an hour when it hits 95, when it hits 97? I mean, you don't have flood gauges on site to work with, correct?
In a 100-year event, there'll be 1 foot of water in this area. 1 foot. That's not going to inundate it. Nothing's going to float away. It's not going to drown anybody.
So if there's a foot of water on the ground, you're not going to plan to do anything?
A foot of water that the trail feet would be in, the tires. That's it.
Right,
That's in a 1% chance of occurring.
So you're confident that when there's 1 foot of water there, there's no need for any action?
I don't
How
think
do,
it's
how
gonna
do you
be a
know when
problem
that
at
water's
all.
going to stop, is my question.
I trust
I
the
can't think
latest
of a
flood
way
data.
that you could know. I can't think of a way that you could know when that water rising is going to stop, particularly if it's backfeeding.
No, nobody knows for sure, but I know that I've got the structure out of the floodplain. If I were designing a house on a foundation there, I would design it with a flow-through foundation, and the first floor would be above the flood elevation. I've got this above the floodplain elevation. I've got a flow-through, or the equivalent of a flow-through foundation. This meets the requirements and the performance standards of the Wetland Protection Act.
Is there any anchoring for this, or are we just looking at your basic trailer securing? I mean, blocks under the wheels.
Basic trailer with blocks.
Thank you.
Is it, well, before I say, did you want to have anything for rebuttal for Commissioner Varnum or Chaluka?
No, only that the existing grade in that area is 97, the 100-year floodplain is 98, and we're going to be about 2 feet above that with the first floor of the trailer. We're not going to be in the 100-year floodplain.
Okay, the 100-year floodplain is established by FERM and FEMA to be a guideline.
Yes.
And to meet the regulations. And I say that that under the Wetlands Protection Act and under the CMR, we as a Conservation Commission can require further and more stringent regulations or requirements and conditions beyond the guideline. We have heard, and we know that there's a 1% chance that we'll get a foot of water in this particular area. But in the last decade, there's been 2 instances where the water was And I don't live out there. I didn't go out there during the floods. I'm just basing this off of information that's been told to me and testimony that we've heard and pictures that we've seen during this process and from my own memory during the floods of '06 and '07. There was a lot more than 1 foot of water on Townsend Avenue. We're talking
Photographs were,
3 to 5 feet of water
the
in this
photographs were of
particular.
a different portion of Townsend Street. It's at a
well-
different elevation. I don't have those elevations here. We didn't survey the entire street.
No, I understand that.
If they were
But-
down 4 feet lower, then yeah, they would have had
But-
4 or 5 feet of water in a 100-year flood.
Yeah, but you're thinking in terms of extreme localization, when we have to think in terms of if this trailer has to be moved, but we can't get to it, then what do you do? And that's that's also something we can consider. But Mr. Erickson, we've heard evidence that the water during the flooding, the recent flooding over the last, and certainly more frequent than 100 years, because it happened twice in just the last decade, was significantly more severe than 1 foot in this particular area. And again, we not only can we consider that, but we have an obligation to consider that. All right, do you have anything further?
No, I have no idea what statistical level of flooding those particular events were. I'm following the Wetland Protection Act regulations and the FEMA regulations. We're keeping the vehicle outside of the floodplain, just as we're required to. We meet the performance standards of the Wetland Protection Act.
All right, thank you. Yeah, 'cause you're on Mr. Walsh, you're on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Ed Walsh. I'm here for the Kemah Buddhist monks. And at the time of the flood and so forth, 15 years as the former Commissioner of Public Works here in Lowell. I was here for the 2007. I worked the job, and the most serious spot we had in Lowell was over on New York Street. But 2006, I was on vacation, so I wasn't here at the time. As far as the trailer goes, it's 70 feet long and it's 14 feet wide. They've already purchased the trailer. So that's a hardship. You know, they could have purchased one of 12 feet if you known this was going to be a problem. But as far as moving, you mentioned about, is it anchored? Well, we can anchor it on the westerly side, just so that if we have to take it out, we can do it with some 4 to 6 inch pipes, and we'll just chain it right to that, so we know it'll be there. And we'll do it on the westerly side, so when we have to pull the trailer out, if we have to pull the trailer out, we can go out, and we'd turn right and head out towards the boulevard. Boulevard's 40 feet wide out there, so we'd make the turn easily. I have a certified, valid CDL license. I've been driving and moving equipment for over 40 years. I was in the road business for 40 years. Worked in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and did a lot of paving, like 40 shopping centers for Market Basket. So I've had a lot of experience in site work. I'm qualified to run equipment, and I'd have no problem moving that trailer out of there if it had to go at the time. So I think that's one thing, but they've already purchased this trailer. It's temporary, and they're only asking for 6 months. So that, the unfortunate thing, if it was 12 feet, because that's a regular travel lane. And they move these up and down the whole East Coast and across the country as long as they have escort vehicles with them. That's the only requirement. You'll see the big wide load and escort vehicles with communication back and forth. I've done it. So any other questions I got to answer for them and that's come up.
What's the bottom elevation, the floor elevation?
It's going to be 100, the flood elevation is 100.
The flood elevation on Townsend is actually 98.
No, what's the trailer's floor elevation?
It'll be 3 feet above, at least 3 feet above the existing grade. So the existing grade is 97, so it'll be approximately 100, 2 feet above the 100-year floodplain.
What sort of method or device could you use to moor this or anchor it?
We'd use 4 to 6 inch pipes on the westerly side, and we'd chain it right to the trailer. So we'd have enough room, so with flexibility, so we can get in and get out if we had to get it moved. We'd make sure that it's anchored properly, and if it had to go, we get back in and get it, take it out of there.
Now, this thing is on its own set of axles. It's not like it's on a flatbed.
No, it's
Yeah,
on its
so
own
it's
set of
the
axles.
height of it is fixed.
Well, it's the height of the tires, that's 2 feet, probably 2 feet off the elevation, which is
Yeah,
about 98.
I mean, the flatbeds are, 4 feet or so, but,
Right,
but
this is
these
on
things
its own,
sit fairly low.
this is on its own trailer, its own wheels, rather.
Yeah.
It's the very same type of trailer you see moving up and down with escort work vehicles. You
Yeah,
see
no,
them.
I understand that, but just, it's big. I mean, 14 by 70 that's big. Townsend Avenue and the area that you've got to maneuver is not so big.
It's no problem, right there, because you go out to the short side, out to the boulevard.
I mean, if it had a hook on top and you could fly a
Oh.
helicopter in, that's one thing, but,
Shame on us if we couldn't drive it. We used to bring all size vehicles in and out of Boston, so that's no trouble today.
Now, I noticed, and it's been mentioned, that all the hookups, are you not going to be hooking this up to utilities, or?
Well, temporarily, we're going to leave well enough alone. It's only 6 months. Just the sewer connection right away is like $3,500. So we're going to hold up right now. Their cost, they're running into a lot of costs. This has been to, all these meetings. We have to pay the professionals, or they do, have to pay the professionals to come here. So it's getting very costly for them.
So it's just going to have a sewer?
No, they're just going to have electricity.
Oh, it's just going to have electricity?
Just electricity overhead, yeah.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Is there anything else from the commission? I'd like to open this up. And this is a final thing, and again, I enjoy everyone's attendance here. If you have something new, we've obviously heard a lot of testimony on this before. If you have something that you feel you need to emphasize because we've raised it or we've discussed it tonight, then that's fine. Kindly step up to the podium and let your concerns be known. Hold on, sir. If you have something new, obviously, let us know about it. And otherwise, I mean, if you want to make just your comment that you're for or against, that's fine too. But what I'd like to do right now is open it up for public comment. If anyone has any comments or concerns, either for or against, kindly step to the podium, introduce yourself, please, and your address, and let your concerns be known. Yes, sir.
My name is Samuel San. I'm a resident of 1225 Pawtucket Boulevard. I live close by, nearby the site. I'm the resident of Lowell for 30 years. And I've been living most of my part right on Pawtucket Boulevard. I just want to respond about the flood that you guys concerned about the flood. The flood was back in 2006, but half of the town of Cedar Lowell was flooded. The reason they got flooded, because they have no tunnel underground. I live down here. In my house, we have tunnel underground. The water actually pump, when the rains come, the water go down to the drain and pump to the Merrimack River. So my house did not get flooded. Right in 2006, the flood was on where the stoplight nearby the bowling. That was flooded. The cold National Guard come in, and the flood was nearby the what's the L Club. There's a house right in front of it was flooded, but the place where the Buddhist monks were born was never flooded. I walk by down there. I drive my kid to school every day, and the people who tell you the place was flooded, everything was flooded, was more like exaggerated story was telling you. Because if you don't believe me, you can walk down and talk to the business people down here, especially the Boomer restaurant right down here and the L Club down here. You can talk to them on it. So I remember when I come to Lowell back in '80, the Lowell was like ghost town. Town was abandoned by American people, and right now we have Buddhist monks. They come here, they willing to spend their money and to will transform that land into a public place. The public place would benefit to all of us. When the place built, my kid would go down there, ride skateboard, ride bike. Any kid, especially neighborhood kid, they can come and play anytime they like. A Buddhist temple is not a private place. It is a public place. You have to understand the difference between private and public. And you don't have to be scared about a Buddhist monk. Buddhist monk is like Jesus say, if you slap them one face, they let you slap another face. So I'm here today. I just want to tell the neighbor, if you're afraid, if you're scared of something, right now is the opportunity to work with the Buddhist monk. If you say your home is flooded, just go to 48 Townsend's home and work with them and work with CLO, and they can come up with like a pipe underground, pump the water out down to Merrimack. They will take care of the problem. And you don't have to worry about anything. Plus, the property will on CLO, the property will become CLO. It's not belong to a private or Buddhist monk. You never know. The next 30 years, next 50 years, the Buddhist monk might be moved down to another state. The property will become CLO. Just like textile mill. You can see textile mill. The first American, they come in, they build all the textile mill right in CLO, and then they abandon. Right now, textile mill convert to museum and convert to affordable housing. It's benefit to all of us. It's not benefit to Cambridge Buddhist monk. You have to understand that. Okay. That's all I have to say. Just thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments or concerns?
Good evening. My name is John Hamblett at 495 Varnum Avenue, and tonight I represent the Pawtucketville Citizens Council. At the last meeting, Deb Forgione, who represents the abutters, showed pictures of the devastation from 2006 and 2007, and I talked about how little water was needed to float the mobile home. I estimated it at 900 square feet. It's 940. But I recently discovered a very interesting map. It was on the City of Lowell website on the city engineers page. And it's a map of the flood levels of the 2006 and 2007 floods. And I was wondering if I could share those maps with you. So again, I don't know what the initial CDM are. It was on the City of Lowell website, on the city engineer's page. And as you can see, it delineates the floodplain, the flood levels in 2006 and the flood levels in 2007. However, what I found most interesting is the fine print in the bottom left-hand corner. It says the floodwaters in 2006 reached 98.8 feet. It says that the floodwaters in 2007 reached 98.1 feet, and that the floodplain is higher than that. There have actually been 5, if you call them 100-year floodplain incidents in the last 75 years. So then what I did is I took the updated plans, got a copy from the City of Lowell, and you see that there's a line designated as 96 feet that goes through the trailer. So that tells us that one year it would have been 2.1 feet underwater, and the next year it would have been 2.8, almost 3 feet underwater. And that's just where the trailer is located. The temporary temple is also at 96 feet. And therefore, the temporary temple would also have been 2.1 feet underwater, except it's wood and it would float, and 2.8 feet in 2006. Now, there's a lot of information these days, and I found some wonderful guidance in a publication called The Hydrology Handbook for Conservation Commissioners. And the Hydrology Handbook for Conservation Commissioners teaches you all about hydrostatic, hydrodynamic, hydraulic, and buoyant forces in the floodplain. It's put out by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. And so I thought I would give a talk on the forces on a trailer, because if you anchor it down, there are tremendous buoyancy forces. There are forces on the side of the walls. But I kept running into FEMA guidelines. And the more I read about these pressures, the more I learned about FEMA guidelines. And they have very, very clear guidelines. So I'm changing the information I'm going to present tonight from the hydrology, the hydraulics, and the buoyancy issues to how FEMA and the Conservation Commission link together. I hope to prove tonight that any structure, temporary or permanent, is not permitted on these parcels. FEMA has very clear guidelines about development in the floodplain. And fortunately, the Environmental Handbook for Massachusetts Conservation Commissioners clearly explains the role of FEMA guidelines in the Conservation Commission decision-making. I'm going to be handing out copies, although I know you each have one of these books, but I'm going to be handing out copies of Chapter 16, Other Water Resource Laws. And here's what I learned. I learned that in order to qualify for the National Flood Insurance Program, FEMA requires municipalities such as Lowell to adopt FEMA guidelines as ordinances or bylaws in order to be eligible for the National Flood Insurance Program. And Lowell has done that. Lowell has included most of the FEMA guidelines in its zoning laws. under Article 9, Overlay Districts, 9.1, Floodplain Overlay District, also known as an FPOD. I'll be handing out a copy of the City of Lowell zoning book, Section 9, that outlines the floodplain regulations in Lowell.
All right, if I can interrupt you, I think the commission is aware of both the CMR, or all three, the CMR, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the bylaw as it relates to development in a floodplain.
Okay, I wasn't. Now, the parcels under consideration are classified as flood zone AE. It's a special flood hazard area. And in addition to being located in the floodplain, the parcels under consideration are in a floodway. Now, floodway doesn't exist, from what I could see, in wetlands regulations, but it's a real game changer. It's defined in the City of Lowell zoning laws under definitions. And a floodway is the channel of a river or other watercourse and the adjacent land areas that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood without increasing the water surface elevation. And typically, the adjacent land areas include the 100-year floodplain. A floodway does not need to be designated on a firm map. For example, the Merrimack River is designated. FEMA recognizes it cannot classify every river, stream, or watercourse, and therefore the need for definition wording is included in the FEMA guidelines and in the Lowell ordinances. Now, since these parcels flood first from Clay Pit Brook, a recognized watercourse, and by definition, the adjacent land areas are a floodway. We know from recent testimony before the commission, water flows away from Clay Pit Brook during the rising floodwaters and drains to the brook as the floodwaters recede. The City of Lowell zoning laws are very clear on the no-build guideline in the floodway. I'll be passing out section 1.1.5.2, and it says in zones AE along watercourses that have not had a regulatory floodway designated, no new construction, substantial improvement, or other development shall be permitted. This is the applicable regulation as these parcels are located in zone AE. So the next question is, does the wording no new construction, substantial improvement, or other development encompass temporary structures, such as the mobile home being proposed by the NOI applicant? And FEMA clearly states, regional staff has consistently counseled communities to avoid the use of temporary structures within the floodway. Regional staff recommends all structures conform to National Flood Insurance Program regulations, even temporary ones. So temporary structures are governed by the same National Flood Insurance guidelines and ordinances as permanent structures. Simply, they're not allowed. There are three sections in the Conservation Handbook that talk about how conservation works with FEMA. They say the Conservation Commission should advocate for the National Flood Insurance Program in spite of its faults. It provides extra protection and potential enforcement tools. Although basically it's an insurance program rather than a protective law, its provisions and prohibitions can prevent environmental damage, for example, by minimizing floodplain fill. More importantly, It promotes involvement of the building inspector in the protection of the floodplains. So although the Commission and DEP are not required to enforce National Flood Insurance Program requirements, it makes sense to work with the building inspector to see what standards are met. The last paragraph was probably the most crucial. When the Commission issues an order of conditions, it should reflect both the requirements of the Wetlands Protection Act and the National Flood Insurance Program as aspects of prevention of flood and coastal storm damage. When I asked what are the consequences of not following FEMA guidelines, the answer was the city of Lowell could lose its eligibility in the National Flood Insurance Program. We ask that this commission support the no-build order in the floodway. No structures should be allowed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to point out that a floodplain and a floodway are technical terms, and they're not the same thing. So. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Peter.
Good evening. My name is Vito Udisi, 20 Meadowview Drive in Lowell, Mass.
Could I have you state your name again, please?
Vito, V-I-T-O, Y-A-N-N-E-C-E.
Thank you.
I am opposed to this building of the temple on this property, but I'd like to make a statement before I start my objections. The people of Lowell should help the Buddhist monks to establish a place to worship, but please not in a floodplain where it will hurt other fellow Americans. We are all Americans of the United States of America. Let them build a temple, but not in a floodplain area where it's going to affect other people, disrupt their lives. I have pictures of the 06 and 07 flood, but I don't think you want to see them. And at that time,
It's not that we don't want to see them, but if you show them to us, they become part of the file and you won't get them back.
I'm sorry, that's what I understood
Yeah,
when
okay.
I watch you on TV.
Channel 99 next time.
Right. Right. But why I mentioned that, in these articles of the previous flooding, they mentioned Rosemary Terrace, which is one in the Pawtuckaville. They mentioned Shirley Avenue, Townsend Avenue, but they failed to mention Varnum Avenue. My sister lives on Varnum Avenue, 896, which is almost directly across from the mini shopping center there. In her backyard at the time of the flooding had at least 5 to 7 feet of water, which got into her home and cellar and destroyed everything that was in that cellar. She lost a dryer, a washing machine, a couple of freezers, a refrigerator, and almost a heating system. She missed the heating system by about 2 inches. Subsequently, she was not able to stay in that house. They condemned the house until they could restore the power. She had to live with a sister-in-law for 5 days. After 5 days, she was able to return. Now, I was playing around with the dictionary this afternoon, and the wording it gave for flood is a great flow of uncontrolled body of water, outpouring of everything in its path. Now, a lot of people in the areas that were affected most likely did not have floodplain insurance on account of the cost. Subsequently, a lot of them lost a lot of their homes, appliances, and it's a good thing the Red Cross and the Salvation Army was able to help them out to get by. I have a couple of questions on here, but being before the Conservation Commission, I don't know if you would like to hear the questions or able to answer them. For instance, one is in regard to the water and sewage leading into the property. Who would bear the cost of installation of these items?
As far as I'm aware, the temple would be required to bear the cost of all of that.
And then another question I have on here, I don't know if it's relevant or not, but is this a landlocked deal? Is this parcel of land landlocked? I don't see any roads going in or out of it. And if they are going to put any roads in, who's going to pay the cost of that?
Typically, whether or not it's landlocked or not, I don't know. There seems to be some sort of common ownership of the larger parcel with 48 Townsend Ave, and also with, there's another parcel that connects to Townsend Ave too. I think we identified it as parcel 1 at some point, or parcel 4 or something like that on the maps. I don't know what the address is for that. As far as any access ways in, again, that would be the responsibility of the applicant to build out and get all necessary permits for that and whatnot. But we're not here for that tonight.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
This is conservation meeting.
Well, eventually, if they plan any further work, that may become relevant, but it's not relevant for this particular project at this time.
And one other thing, if I may, Clay Pit Brook runs under Varnum Avenue, comes down, I think it's from Toddy Road or Toddy Street, whatever they call that now. And there's a culvert that leads from Varnum Avenue into Clay Pit Brook. There's 2 connections there. And as far as I know, I may be wrong, but the drainage system coming down from that hill, which has, hundreds of homes up there, that water all drains down into Clay Pit Brook, as far as I know. I may be wrong. And if you go by Clay Pit Brook today, that culvert is almost 3/4 filled already. And what is the city have in mind? Are they going to dredge that to relieve some of that water? Or is it going to continue to back up into the backyards of 896 Varnum Avenue?
The best I could offer as far as advice to that is contact your city councilor, because that's not something that is within our ability to order. That would be, a city project to keep those culverts clear and flowing, or to change their design to be able to handle the flow. And to be honest with you, obviously to be honest with you, but I don't have the expertise to be able to comment whether or not what is existing is sufficient. I'm assuming that there's some fairly well thought out engineering behind the design of some of those culverts to prevent backflow from the river. So I think that's also, it may delay the water getting back to the Merrimack, but I think those culverts are also somewhat designed to prevent the rip coming back from the Merrimack and up the clay pit during high water Merrimack river times, where the clay pit may not be as impacted due to local runoff. So those culverts, from what I've always understood, sort of serve a two-way, stop type purpose. So you would think that you would want those culverts to be open, clear, and as big as possible, but from what I was led to understand, that's really not the design of them, that they are to prevent, backflow coming back up the river too. So, and if you follow it through, that also prevents it, or it delays the water from getting, from clearing the area and getting down into the Merrimack too.
Okay. Thank you very much, Phil. Let me speak.
Thank you for coming in. Is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments for or against? Yes, sir.
Don Beauregard from Townsend Ave. About this trailer, why don't they put a houseboat there, comes self-contained, and with a good anchor, you don't have to worry about moving it. And now I want to talk about the flooding. The only time we flood in that whole area is when the river gets high and it backs up into Clay Pit Brook. Why don't they build a dam at the mouth of the Clay Pit Brook and put a sump pump there to pump the brook into the river? I don't think we'd have 90% of the flooding would be gone. No, that's my opinion.
All right, I wish I could comment on that other, I mean, that's, again, way beyond my ability to understand, what it would take, or the engineering, or whether or not it would even be effective, but pretty creative. But I don't know, again.
Well, it's not a big engineering deal, really.
Well, it's call your city councilor.
I'm an electrician, and if I can think about it, I'm sure an engineer could do it very easily, And thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments or concerns? Is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments or concerns? Is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments or concerns? Only unless it's, you've spoken, only unless it's in rebuttal to something someone has said. If it's additional comment, no. Go ahead.
I can see the neighbor was concerned about the flood. I mean, right now it's time. The Buddhist monk and the
Just,
neighbor
can I
working
have you
together.
just introduce yourself again for the this is an ongoing record, so.
Okay, my name is Samuel San. I'm a resident of 1225 Pawtucket Boulevard. And right now I can see the neighbor have concern about the flood in the area. I mean, the flood what I see was back in 2006. I don't see any flood after that because I live all my life around that neighbor. If the flood was exists every year, the bowling alley and the Boomber restaurant and the Air Club would shut down. They could not operate any business down there. Okay, so if they're concerned about the flood, I think probably the time for them to work with the Buddhist monk and work with CLO to come with a plan to take care of the problem. So when we have heavy rain again, because we cannot control the nature, you don't know when it's not going to rain so hard again. We don't know. So can work together to prevent this from happening again. That's what my suggestion and responded to them, Because 48 Townsend is a Buddhist monk place right now. You can walk in there anytime and raise your concern and talk to monk. The monks speak English very well. They are very well educated. And whatever concern, what you want to talk to them, they welcome you. They welcome you anytime. Or you just walk down here. Don't be afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. And last call, is there anyone else who would like to offer their comments or concerns, either for or against? All right. Is there anything else from the commission? Okay. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
By Commissioner Moore. Do I have a second? Commissioner Chalupka. Any discussion? All in favor? The ayes have it. Any opposed? I'm sorry. The ayes have it. Okay. That concludes the public hearing process. Now, what the commission will do is deliberate as to what we intend to do with this particular filing. So just bear with us for a bit. Great. I'll call it. Do I have a motion regarding the filing?
I'd like to move to issue an order of conditions for this project with some proposed additional conditions. I have 11 conditions here. I don't know if people would like to read it as I read it.
Yeah, sure. Read it into the record. Read the conditions into the record, and let us know what we're moving here. To issue a order of conditions with conditions under the City of Lowell bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act.
Right.
Okay.
You want it now?
Sure. Aaron.
This would be a Lowell standard order under both the bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act. First, that all work shall be based on the plans that were presented on March 6, 2012. And I have written out the title of the plan. There are 2 plans. Second additional condition, that the topography shown on the plan shall be accepted for use for this notice of intent only and will need to be revised as per the direction of the Lowell Conservation Commission for any future notice of intent. Third special condition, cleared areas previous or proposed shall be stabilized for erosion control by seeding with a grass mix. Any other treatment for erosion control shall be required to be submitted as part of a planting plan for prior approval of the Lowell Conservation Commission. Number 4, the applicant shall submit a planting plan for any proposed plantings other than those depicted on the proposed construction plan to the Lowell Conservation Commission for approval prior to planting. Such plan should include trees, shrubs, and herbaceous cover. Number 5, additional clearing beyond the extent of that which exists or is proposed on the plans should conform to the Lowell Wetlands Ordinance. Additional clearing shall require prior approval of the Lowell Conservation Commission. Number 6, no plants that are listed on the Massachusetts invasive species list shall be used for new plantings on the site. Removal of invasive species now existing on the site that are outside of the proposed clearing area, as shown on the plan, shall require prior approval of the Lowell Conservation Commission. Number 7, no changes in elevation now existing on the sites are allowed. Moving of earth existing on the site from one location to another is not allowed. Number 8, the applicant shall remove debris from clearing already done and clearing proposed and approved out of the floodplain, as the large quantity of debris constitutes fill in the floodplain and presents a fire hazard. Number 9, the cemetery road as it exists on the ground on the site shall remain clear of any structures. No vegetative debris or man-made materials shall be stockpiled on this right-of-way. Number 10, temporary structures which are open-sided and of a seasonal nature, shown on the plans in the temporary temple area, are allowed only if they have received official permitted approval of the building commissioner. And number 11, the mobile home temporary project planning office, for whatever purpose it is proposed to be used, as shown on the proposed plan submitted March 6, 2012, on the southeast corner of the property, is not allowed to be placed in the 100-year floodplain or the floodway on the site. This temporary, excuse me, this temporary structure is not permitted under City of Lowell ordinances and the FEMA flood insurance guidelines. The creation of a stone pad for such a trailer is also not allowed under this order, since it will not be needed for construction purposes. Revised proposed construction plan with the trailer and stone pad removed shall be submitted to the Lowell Conservation Commission for their files and for recording at the Registry of Deeds before any work allowed by this notice of intent commences.
To open it for discussion, do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Moore. Now I'll open it up for discussion. For me, in number 8, small change, I'd like to see the applicant shall remove debris and brush from clearing already done, just to be, because there's a lot of unbrushed debris or unvegetative debris, as well as brush clearing that was done. I suppose that's your intent. Number 8.
Remove brush and debris?
Yeah, brush and debris. I would like to see that. As far as number 11, I've heard a lot back and forth. I suppose what I got out of all of these hearings was the concern, and the very real concern, that a trailer, and I suppose it could be construction trailer and mobile home, would not be easy to remove. I'm of the opinion that not only wouldn't it be easy to remove, or not only would it be easy to remove, but it would perhaps even be impossible to remove, given what's occurred there over the last decade. That being said, though, the concerns, and one of my original concerns from way back was that a trailer of any type would become a boat, essentially, and would have some lateral movement and cause damage because of that. And I've never really been of the opinion that, you know, that it would constitute significant fill in the floodplain. To me, this is the type of thing that's going to float. It may at some point in time sink, but it's the type of thing that's going to float. I would, at least for me, I'm more comfortable having seen now the city of Lowell's datum that we had 99 feet in this particular area during the 2006 flood, which was the more severe one, at least in this particular area. That if this could be anchored, that it would remain on site, and again, going back to, you know, it could be anchored perhaps with a couple of lally columns anchored into the ground and chained up. That, you know, obviously that could be removed if it needed to be moved, and it could be done relatively quickly. But again, I'm still not of the opinion that this is the type of thing that's going to be able to be easily taken off site. I really don't think that's going to happen. You know, prove me wrong, but that's not a risk I'm willing to take. What I am, at least for me, what I'm more comfortable with is that if it was anchored, or had the ability to be anchored such that it stayed in one particular location, and that because of that, again, you know, I tend to think that if the water level arose to the level of its first floor, which would be at 100 feet, that it wasn't, it's a fairly significant storm, but that it would stay in place. Again, we even heard testimony that, you know, it would only draft perhaps 4 inches to, and again, even being more, let's take a whole foot. You know, that's it's less than 1,000 cubic feet of fill, even if it drafted a foot, and the water did not infiltrate the structure. I'm not going to say that's de minimis, but again, given the temporary nature, given the fact that it's only going to be there for 6 months, and I believe that's the request of the applicant. And again, I would like to see that this thing not be placed on site until after we've got real unusual weather now. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. We're perhaps even in drought conditions right now. I know several of my farmer clients are really concerned about the spring and the lack of snow cover. So I'm, you know, not anticipating too much runoff. There will be some runoff from up north, so the river should rise. But that's not the type of thing that will overly impact this particular area, unless, you know, and again, this is predicting the future, and we know we can't do it. But I think I'm convinced with what I've heard that I would be satisfied with a condition, at least for me, that it be anchored on site with, you know, a couple of lally columns or some sort of mooring type system and chained such that it couldn't escape the site other than being towed off the site. Maintaining its lowest ground floor elevation no lower than 100 feet. And that way, I believe that was realistic, from what I understand, Mr. Erickson. It's floor elevate. Given the pad at 97, which I believe is what's proposed, it would be 3 feet above that, so no lower than 100 feet per City of Lowell datum. That's something that I would be more, and that it be chained to at least 2 to prevent lateral and movement of the structure. Well, adjusted to City of Lowell. Yeah, right, correct. Because the USGS is 46 something, I believe. The adjusted to City of Lowell brings it up to 100. Yeah. That's the only comments that I have, but again, that's just me. Again, still open for discussion if Commissioner Chalupka, if you have any input on the motion as discussed.
I don't know if this needs to be stated, but I just wanted to point out that the spot grades under the proposed trailer in some places are under 96, so I would just like to make sure that the 3 feet calculation is generous, generous enough that it's not going by 98 when in some places the grade is 96 or 95.86 at one place. That's all.
I know it's your motion, Commissioner Varnum, but any comments?
The soils on that site are sort of alluvial, very fine, loamy soils, and I haven't studied and I'm not sure about hitching something down in that type of a soil when you've got floodwaters pushing it in the other direction. I'm not sure that when you get into something that's strong enough to do that, I think you're almost talking about a permanent structure, which probably would be easier to get approval for than a temporary structure in this particular case. I'm not confident that this trailer of this size could be chained down.
Commissioner Moore?
So there are a couple changes I would make to points 4 and 5. Just to restrict it basically to the existing clearing and not include any proposed. I don't know if that was anything that would be, I would strike in point 5 the or is proposed section so that it would read additional clearing beyond the extent of that which exists on the plans should conform to the Lowell Wetlands Ordinance. And these are just my suggestions. And then on point 4, I would change it to the applicant shall submit a planting plan for any proposed plantings for approval prior to planting. Because I do think it would be valuable to see more than just this row of conifers that we have in the proposed planting here to get a firm plan. This might be beyond the scope of editing a motion.
No, that's perfectly okay. Just to clarify a point on number 5, that there has been clearing that's part of the existing conditions plan, which is part of the post-approval for work already done, part of this notice of intent, but there is also additional clearing proposed.
Right, I'm proposing to remove the additional proposed clearing.
Is that in the form of an alternate or an amended to the motion, an amendment to the motion?
Yes, I suppose so.
All right. Do I have and that's number 5, striking the word or is proposed.
Correct.
Or striking the language "or is proposed." So it
On
would-
the clearing, yes.
Okay, so there would be no new clearing, just only what's been done.
Correct.
All right, do I have, that's a motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that for discussion.
All right.
I'm not sure I understand if, does that mean that they can't clear what they're proposing to clear?
Yes.
S-
Well, I suppose I should be more specific. If we are looking at including the trailer, then yes, clearing is necessary there. I'm looking at the areas further to the north by the cemetery and over in the temple area. Those sort of seem maybe speculative. And I know in the past we've not allowed clearing for potential future activities that aren't in the current proposal.
So you're thinking that the additional trail clearing won't be needed if the trailer's not constructed?
Certainly, if the trailer is to be constructed, that is necessary, but at the moment, we don't have a plan for anything in the other areas other than the clearing itself.
So you'd like to see a planting plan and a more detailed plan for the,
Yes. And I understand we have heard talk of future construction, but it's not in our current purview. Right, and
Mr. Eric, if you could just speak through the microphone, thanks.
Part of the plan is to take down additional vegetation. We want to do that. We're showing it on the plan. I don't see any environmental harm if it's replanted with grass, and that's part of what we want to do.
it is still clearing in the floodplain. I mean, it is still jurisdictional in that sense.
There's nothing illegal about clearing in the floodplain. It's not against the Wetland Protection Act. If anything, it's helping because you're taking the stumps out of the floodplain and increasing the volume of the floodplain.
I
So
mean,
what
is
is
the
the
water up to-
environmental harm of clearing out things like bittersweet in an area like that?
All right, I think if I just may interject, I think we've been down that road. We discussed that perhaps in the second or third meeting about the volume of stumps and the value of
Which is why I'm
trees
surprised it
and
came
water
up.
evaporation and infiltration and grasses and whatnot. I don't want to re-argue that issue. We've spent a lot of time here, so I appreciate, we understand your position, and I don't have the floor right now, but if Commissioner Moore wants to finish his.
And this is just this is not an edict by any means. So those are just what if we're just looking at that, I would just strike that to limit the clearing. Again, it's up for debate.
Commissioner Chalupka? Commissioner Varnum?
well, I think it's fairly clear on the plan, the extent of what they want to clear, and there's actually only 2 areas that I'm aware of that are not already cleared, and one is the proposed trail. It goes off at an angle from the end of the trailer, and the other is the trail around the cemetery. I think everything else is already cleared, with the exception of a few trees where the trailer is proposed to go. So my thinking was that wording it the way it was originally worded was just going to be allowing those extra 2 trails to be constructed, which makes sense to me if they own house number 48, that they would need a way to walk from there over to the temple site. So I guess I would vote no on that, change in the wording on that.
Would it clarify it if we said that kept the or as proposed, but specified proposed in this current filing and no further proposed, would that
Right.
satisfy both
Yeah,
opinions?
I think that's already in here.
Okay.
I just, for me, I like the language the way it is. I think and just, I mean, could it be drawn differently? Sure, I suppose so. There's always different ways of drawing up things, but I'm not, don't have problems with the proposed additional clearing that's been put forward by the applicant in this particular case. So I would additionally vote no on the amended motion,
Okay.
but we haven't called it for that yet, but
Did that motion of yours include number 4 also?
No, I
We're
think for
just
the
voting on
motion, we
number
were only talking
5.
about 5.
yeah, it's just number 5. Okay. All right, any further discussion? This is just on the amendment to remove the,
Those 3 words.
to alter the condition number 5 and to remove the words or is proposed. All in favor of the motion, which would alter the original motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No. Commissioner Chalupka, I didn't. Okay, so the motion, the amended motion doesn't carry. So the language remains the same as part of the original motion. I can't make a motion as chair, so I think I've made my comments clear as to what number 11 I would not entirely want to strike that, but would want to alter it. But unless someone wants to make the motion, I'm kind of standing alone here. So.
The motion that the trailer be chained?
Yeah, well, someone would have to make it. I would be more satisfied were number 11 to read that a temporary trailer be allowed as proposed, provided 11A that it was anchored to the site through some sort of permanent or some sort of stable mooring system, and 2, that did not impede the removal of the trailer if at all possible, and 3, that the temporary trailer only be allowed on the site from the period of June 1st, and again 6 months would be it would take it through to December, but and I suppose you could do that through June 1st through the end of 2012. That would be 7 months actually, but that was it. I can't make the motion, so those are just my thoughts on the matter. I suppose I differ. I differ with the motion as made by Commissioner Varnum, just on that, only on that respect.
Commissioner Varnum, can you reiterate what you said earlier about how it would not be possible or beneficial to chain this trailer?
Once you talk about chaining down the trailer in a strong enough manner that it would hold in a flood event, then you're actually, I don't believe, going to be able to remove that, and you can't call it a temporary structure anymore. I think it would then be a permanent structure, and in that case, we should be considering it differently. Permanent structures, and there are many in that neighborhood, need to be not just haphazardly chained down like an elephant to a stake or something. They need to be carefully considered so that whatever they're chained to is going to be strong enough to withstand the forces of the floodwaters. And there's been no soil testings in that area that I know of. I'm suspecting that it's all alluvial soil, because that's generally what is out there along the whole riverfront area. That particular soil is quite soft and unable to hold much of anything. I don't know if you could get down far enough to find bedrock in that area, but I would need to see some figures about what it would take to chain down an object that large. I'm sure it's an engineering problem, which I'm not prepared to do in the next 10 minutes. And I just don't feel any more confident that it could be chained down than I feel confident that it could be hauled out of there.
All right. So unless there's a motion on that thought, it's going to die, so.
So on point 11, then I would offer a motion to modify it that it, let's see, be something like the mobile home temporary project planning office for whatever purpose is proposed to be used, as shown on the proposed plan submitted March 6, 2012 on the southeast corner of the property, shall be allowed as long as it is anchored in a substantial fashion. Any utility connections such as electrical are formed in a way such that they could be, undone in a reasonable amount of time, and that it would only be allowed on site between June 1st of this year and the end of the calendar year. Was there a third piece to that? That it would come up?
No, I suppose, language, should be that there's a contractor, on call to remove it if at all possible. But we've discussed that. That should become part of that should become part of at least that.
Yeah, and that the contractor's plan details, which I think we already have from you regarding the Kazanjian company, be on file as well with their contact information.
All right, and that's made as an amended motion.
Yes, just to
By
point 11
Commissioner
there.
Moore. All right, is there a second to open that up for discussion?
I will second it to discuss it. I don't feel that we should, reopen the door for utilities with the language that we use here. I think that if, you want to amend it to secure, anchor the trailer, that's one thing, but I think we should not propose that utility lines can be made as long as they're easily removable, because I think that that's a whole other thing that I'm happy to see.
My
that
intent
that's
was only
not
for
there.
electrical.
Okay.
Electrical.
The first part of this amendment, as long as it's anchored in substantial fashion, we've sat here for about 3 months, I think, and required all kinds of data from the proponent, and now we've come to a spot where we don't have any information on the anchoring of this, except for Mr. Walsh's experience as to what it would take. We don't have anything in writing. We don't have anything to include as part of this filing that explains what substantial fashion is. And I think you're running into an area that basically you're just allowing this to be placed here without substantial controls or substantial information, because substantial fashion really isn't a technical term. And I think June to December is kind of an odd statement. I think it's better to just limit it to a certain number of months, because certainly the weather in October and November is as prone to flooding as any other time of the year, and by saying it can stay there till December, you're likely to have the fall floods come. So I'm not in favor of either one of those amendments.
Okay, I agree, it's, at least, I know that was my original thought. I suppose, and again, this is, I know Commissioner Moore made the motion, but it was largely my, my thoughts. I suppose what I would be more, having discussed it, be more in favor of doing would be, yeah, to limit the time to the drier season, that it could be there and be removed in time for the fall rains. But we have some open-ended provisions already in here, number 3 and number 4, special condition, and number 6. And your point is right on, Commissioner Varnum, about substantial not being really a meaningful term. And for that I apologize, but I suppose perhaps we could change that to something like that the applicant shall submit engineering or plans to indicate how they will anchor it, and that it be sufficient and for prior approval, prior to any proposed trailer or temporary trailer being placed on site, that anchoring system be approved by the Lowell Conservation Commission. And again, I can't make that as a motion to amend the amended motion, so.
So I would then move to amend my motion to amend the motion as using basically the language that the chair has proposed.
All right, and that would be two separate things. One is the applicant to provide an anchoring system sufficient to withstand or sufficient to hold the temporary trailer in place from lateral movement, not from vertical, not from rising floodwaters, but from lateral movement, so it's not going to wander off site or wander from its immediate locale. And the second would be to limit the scope. I mean, what's the applicant would like 6 months. I'm assuming that's per some sort of planning phase to come. I don't know. But I think we can allay some of our concerns, if that temporary trailer is not there during historic times of concern, which are, obviously the spring rains, so not until June 1st and perhaps up until we're concerned with the fall rains, which are typically October and November. So, I don't know if we could, limit it to remove by October 15th, so to speak, or.
Aaron, is that something the building department could look at, an anchoring system or something like that? Is that in there?
I would advise that the applicant submit a documentation or a report that demonstrates an anchoring system would actually hold it in any kind of flood event. Not that we couldn't, it would be better if it came from the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, I I would even go so far that, you know, approval through the Lowell Conservation Commission, but I would invite comments from the city engineer on that.
We can happily
Yeah,
provide that.
I mean, we're without the expertise to know whether or not, and Commissioner Varnum raises some very good points about the soil conditions out there. You know, it's a gallon of water weighs what, 8 pounds or 11 pounds? A cubic foot of water is what, 8 gallons? So, you know, so that's quite a lot of weight. So, and once you get hydrologic pressures, we all know how much damage just a foot of water can do, even, you know, pressure-wise. So, all right. Okay, there's been a motion to amend the amended motion that hasn't been seconded yet. Do we have a second? I guess we've already discussed it, but do we have a second on that?
Was the time constraint also addressed in that
Yeah.
amended motion amendment?
That's Commissioner Moore's purview.
So I believe initially we had said through the end of the year, mention of that being maybe too long and arbitrary, came up. But I've heard a bunch of dates in there. Is there a date?
I mean, perhaps, you know, I'm thinking, you know, in order to, not that this thing becomes a yo-yo, you know, I'd suggest something like June 1st through October 15th, and then, you know, perhaps after, and then perhaps it could be brought back after December 1st, up until, you know, in order to get 6 months out of it, until, you know, through July and February. But get it out of there before the March events start happening.
Okay, so that would be June 1st through October 15th, the removal, and then the possibility of extra time in the winter drier season to round out the 6 months?
Yeah, and again, it would, I suppose, depend on snow conditions and, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's, you know, you'd have to maintain a plowed way through there and whatnot, which wouldn't be difficult to do, but, yeah, that would be something that I would be more palatable with. June 1st through October 15th, and then, you know, December 1st through perhaps the end of February. All right, do I have a second on the motion as amended on the amended motion as amended additionally by Commissioner Moore? All right, I guess now it's open for discussion. If there's anything further to discuss on that, I don't know, Commissioner Chalupka, Commissioner Barnum.
I think this motion is, I mean, this wording is better than it was before, but it still changes my original wording, so.
All right, Commissioner Moore, I know, okay. This is the second amendment, which just changes the original amendment, so all it would do was, as far as the anchoring goes, they'd have to have prior approval before us and before any temporary trailer could be brought on site. And as far as the time scope, it would just be from June 1st, October 15th, December 1st to February 28th. So that's just with respect to that. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Commissioner Chalupka, Commissioner Varnum,
No.
Chair is yes. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Okay, so that carries. Now going back to the amended motion, which was to amend the original motion by Commissioner Varnum, which would change the nature of paragraph or condition number 11. The original condition number 11 was to not allow, just to sum it up, was not allowed to, was not to allow any sort of temporary trailer or proposed trailer or mobile home or whatnot as proposed by the applicant. The amended motion by Commissioner Moore, as further amended, would allow the trailer, provided that it was, and make sure I could get this all right, provided that it was anchored, that any sort of anchoring or mooring system has prior approval of the Lowell Conservation Commission, that to prevent lateral movement, that it be limited in time scope from the times that have already been discussed, or by the second amended motion. And that it be limited to electrical, temporary electrical connection only, and that Alexandrian Enterprises, Inc., or however that is, as previously provided by the applicant, be on call to remove the trailer if need be during rising water events, either on the Merrimack River or the Clay Pit, or in this particular area, and to remove the trailer completely from the site and from the area. Did I miss anything? I think I got everything. Okay. And that was seconded also originally. And any further discussion now on the new amended motion?
I continue to believe that the trailer is going to be pretty difficult to move, and moving it twice in the next 6 months, I think, is probably going to be very difficult to enforce. And I think the Conservation Commission is going to be in a position where we will have to be wondering and out there a lot in order to say, you know, why isn't this trailer been moved yet? I mean, I think those dates that have been proposed are very kind of unfair to the proponent to say that you get, what, 6, and you get 5 months, and then you have to take your trailer out, but you can bring it back for a couple of months. I think that's unrealistic. So basically, I don't believe that it's going to be moved very easily.
All right. Any further discussion?
Mr. Erickson, would you be able to do whatever needs to be done with the trailer between June 1st and October 15th? Without having to move the trailer more than once, like if we would just say that the trailer could be there from June 1st to October 15th, would that be enough time? Like, would you need that second window of time in the winter? Or is the first 5 months enough? Okay. Thank you. So could we then just say June 1st through October 15th and not have to worry about the winter? Moving it back? Would that satisfy the other commissioners? I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, let me ask the. I guess I somewhat agree with Commissioner Varnum on the back and forthness of this and the yo-yo-ness of this. I mean, what I'm assuming you're not gonna wanna take it off-site and then bring it back on-site again. Yeah, Mr. Walsh, if you could speak from the podium. I mean, why don't we ask you, because you're the,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and the big problem with taking it off-site, where do we put it? You know, we don't have a spot, right at the present time, we don't have a place to leave it. Once we bring it on-site, we had planned the 6 months. If they could move it more towards the spring of the year, it would sure help us out, and then we'd have it off-site for the snow, and once we take it off, it'd be gone. So that if we could get the little more lead time up front, I said that they'd sure appreciate it. It helped them out an awful lot to get the land cleared and everything else, if you could do that.
so you're talking, you know, May, June, July, August, September,
If you get us
October?
into May, yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, it already is at the end of May, it's the beginning of June, it's,
Well, okay. Beginning of May would be better. Beginning of May, that's probably my request.
well, I mean, that could be made as a motion. I'm just trying to think of the worst times to, I mean, you know, as we all know, the '06 flood was, the '06 flood was Mother's Day. The '07 flood was in the fall, correct?
No, the spring.
It was in the spring? April?
Right.
All right.
Because I had worked the '07 flood, and we didn't have the problems up in Townsend Avenue as we did over in New York Street, and that was the Beaverbrook.
Folks, no, I mean, I'd rather keep that at June. It's May's, at least for me, I don't know the rest of the commission, but I'd rather keep that. That's something I've sort of thought about, and I'd rather keep that at June. I suppose I'd be more open on the, you know, October 31st, or 30 days, September, June and November, yeah, October 31st, so I'd be more amenable to doing something like that. That would give you 5 full months, but I'm really not, May is kind of out of the question for me.
Is it possible to keep it there the 6 months, then remove it and we get it off-site?
Well, again, that's pushing it into the fall, in the significant fall times. Yeah, I suppose that's more preferable than May. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could live with that, but that's just me. And I'm kind of not seeing the support here, so. I mean, yeah, I mean, my preference, if we're going to give you the full 6 months, would be June, July, August, September, October, November. But you might as well give you December, and that was my original thing, to December. I mean, that's, you know, because I don't think we're overly concerned with flooding in December and January, but, you know, who knows? I mean, floods have a mind of their own. But, I mean, we got hail last night, so when's the last time that's happened in March, so. You know, again, it's, unless someone wants to make a motion to, you know, go back to what it originally was, I don't, you know, it's, right now the motion on the table at least is June 1 to October 15th and December 1st, the end of February of, that would be 2012, 2013. So unless, you know, that wanted to change that even more, you know, and eliminate the break so it doesn't have to be taken off-site, I suppose I would be more palatable with that, but there's no way I would vote in favor of anything in May, or anything beginning earlier than June 1st, so. And being said, June 1st, I think, is even still, you know, up until mid-June is even a concern, but June 1st would, you know, we deal with arbitrary numbers all the time, so it's just an easy arbitrary number to come up with a date, so. I mean, I suppose that makes more sense not to have to take it off-site and bring it back on-site again, but again, unless someone wants to make that motion. I'd like to go home sometime tonight too, but, so, as it stands now, we're 4.5 months or June, July, August, 4.5 months from June 1st to October 15th, and then a couple, 3 more months from December, January, February. The preference from the applicant, and I suppose it makes a lot of sense, is not to take it off-site, so, you know, I mean, Commissioner Moore, is that something you could change yet again, or?
Yeah, certainly. I also agree. I wouldn't be inclined to move the June 1st date earlier, but I see less risk in November certainly than I do in May, so. So what would that take us through, June 1st through December 1st?
Yeah, I guess originally I just said June 1st through the end of the year. It was straight 7 months, and
Right.
You only need 6?
I think that's all they agreed to, was that let them put a trailer there for.
Oh, is that what your agreement with the trailer company is?
No, I believe that was from the city of Lowell. They were allowed to put.
Oh, 6 months?
6 months.
All right, then might as well do the June 1st through December 1st then, so.
Okay, then let's amend the dates then to June 1st through December 1st for
I
again
guess,
6
well,
months.
November 30th or whatever that is, yeah, okay. And that's a motion to amend, yeah, that's an amended motion. Do I have a second on that, just to open it up for discussion? All right, by Commissioner Chalupa. Any discussion on that? The Chair will note Commissioner Varnum's comments already. I know she's opposed to that, so. Are there any other comments? All in favor of the motion as amended, yet again? Commissioner Chalupa? Commissioner Varnum?
No.
Chair is yes. Commissioner Moore? Aye. Okay. So the only change then, and I'm going to call the motion. Did we vote on the? Yeah, we voted on the. No, we haven't. On the condition number 11, to amend that to allowing the trailer or not allowing the trailer. Now it's, oh boy, that's problematic. Just bear with me for a second. Aaron, all right, now I see where this is going. Number 11 is a fairly significant issue. It's pretty much the crux of the proposed part of this project, other than the clearing, but the proposed, if the motion were to carry, or the amended motion were to carry, altering the language of that from not allowing the trailer to allowing the trailer with further conditions, I suppose as a point of procedure, that would put the moving party in a precarious position of voting against their own motion. I suppose that's what would happen. I don't want to put Commissioner Varnum on the spot right now, but I suppose if I was the one doing that, I would be voting against my own motion, because I would be opposed to that. Be opposed to the amendment. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand, and I don't want to speak for Commissioner Varnum, so, I mean, she can, but, I mean, I guess I foresee her voting against the amendment, which, and I don't, well, let me, I suppose, let me call it, and then we can discuss the implications of it, but, so the amendment is to alter condition 11 to allow the trailer, as we've already discussed. I don't want to reiterate all of that again. So let me call that for vote then. And that would just alter condition 11. Commissioner Chalupka, say this is just on the amended motion to change that condition. Okay, Commissioner Varnum.
No.
Chair is yes. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have Commissioner Varnum's original motion with the 11 conditions, and now the 11th condition has been altered to allow the trailer as opposed to deny. What are the implications now of that with respect to going forward? I mean, do we have procedural issues with that, I suppose?
Your question is the original motion to issue the order of conditions based on 11 conditions, additional
Well,
11
yeah, the
conditions.
original motion was made by
Right,
Commissioner
the-
Varnum. It was seconded. We haven't voted on it yet, but it's through a series of amendments now where we're coming to the ultimate motion. But the ultimate motion has now been amended,
Right.
which kind of is, even though there's 11 conditions, this is a fairly significant one.
It could, procedurally, it could happen whereby the commissioner who's made the motion, the conditions, is voting against their own motion.
All right.
Procedurally, as long as the motion carries as the conditions have been approved, that's the issue for moving forward.
All right. Okay, I'm
It
just...
carries, but it's out.
It's, I mean, my head's about to explode here, so. All right, is there any, so now we're back to the original motion. We have 11 conditions. 10 of them are per, well, the first 7 are no changes. Number 8 has added the additional language of debris and brush. Did we make that? We didn't do that? Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, we didn't do that, but debris, as Commissioner Varnum has pointed out, I guess it does include brush. So I guess if we make it more specific, then we could leave stuff out. So we'll just leave it at debris. So we've got the first 10 conditions as part of the standard order have no change, but the 11th condition, we have really 2 competing things. The original motion is no longer intact. What we have is condition number 11 now is that the trailer be allowed with the additional conditions that we've specified. As opposed to the trailer being denied, which was Commissioner Varnum's original motion. Is there any further discussion on that, just so everyone's clear here on that? All right. All in favor of the motion as amended now, signify by saying aye. Commissioner Chalupka? Yeah, no, let's discuss it, yeah.
Okay, so are we voting at all, at any time, on Commissioner Varnum's original order of conditions?
Okay, yeah, the original motion now is Commissioner Varnum's motion for the first 10, but number 11 now is, instead of no trailer, we're allowing the trailer with conditions. So that's the motion that's on the table now, or that's the conditions that we're voting on now.
Okay, thank you.
So it's, any further discussion? All right. either yay or nay. This is the original motion as amended with respect to condition number 11. Commissioner Chalupka?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Varnum?
I'm pretty pleased with the first 10 conditions since I wrote them. In the interest of a unified board, I'll vote yes.
Chair is yes. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries with the changes as discussed and as moved and amended. You're clear with that, Aaron?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
I think we can piece it together anyway. Just thinking this through, I think we're all done. And I just want to reiterate that we're done, folks. There's a 20-day appeal period from the time that the order is issued and actually recorded. This order has to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds within so many days. There's a 20-day appeal period, and beyond that, I'm assuming we'll be signing this tonight. And copies, will there be someone in the office tomorrow? Because I'm,
Yes,
okay.
Yep.
And will Craig be back tomorrow, or will it be through you, or?
either of us will be able to
Okay,
handle it.
so either Craig Thomas or Aaron Clausen over at the room 51, which is right down the hall here. In order to get a copy of the order, if we could make it available to anyone who asks for it. Is there any way we can make that available electronically too?
Yeah, as soon as we have it written up, we can make it available online. We typically try to get it online
Okay.
as soon as it's
All right, because that may help people from actually, tying up your time and calling and getting a fax or whatnot, but.
It takes sometimes a day or two to get it completely drafted up
All right.
and put together, but as soon as we have it done, we'll have it online.
Okay, so it should be by the end of the week. I'm just housekeeping stuff right now. It's and I just want to reiterate that this particular order only applies to what was before us and what was discussed. It has nothing to do with any future site development, if any. So it's only what we've discussed over the last number of hearings. If you have any further questions, just stay till after the meeting. The public hearing is closed. There's no more comment on this. It's already been voted on. I just want to say thank you all for coming in, and good evening, as far as that project goes.
Hope so.
I take it you're next, huh?
When you're ready.
Just give us a few moments.
You can take that one. The reason I gave it to you is because it kept being missed. They kept being missed.
All right, we all set to move on at last? Notice of intent, John Rudzinski. Did I get that right? I should, being Polish myself. Concerning DEP file number, did you get one yet?
Yes.
20606.
Oh, you don't have it, 2060595. 2060595.
0595? That can't be right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's a superseding one.
That must have been the old one. It would be a 6, it would be a 68 or a 69.
Is it 2060689?
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, I was just looking in the wrong spot. 0689.
That's correct?
That is correct.
All right, so concerning DEP file number 2060689, project location is 130 John Street, and that's the foot of John Street, for those of you who are more familiar with the city. Phase 2 work of the Boot Cotton Mills redevelopment in bordering land subject to flooding or the 100-year or 1% floodplain, and the 25-foot riverfront area. And if you could identify yourself for the record.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Richard Baummer, Baummer, with Nobis Engineering, 585 Middlesex Street here in Lowell. And the applicant, Mr. Rudzinski, is here and present as well if we had any further questions for him. If I may speak from the easel, can describe a little bit more of the project and talk about our...
Yeah, that's fine. Do we have our travel microphone here? We really want you on the microphone because the TV doesn't pick it up otherwise.
You could probably use these,
Yeah, if you want to use,
table-mounted microphones.
just hit the button where it says push.
The comments provided by DPD to the commission provide a nice description of the project. But essentially, the project is to complete the redevelopment of the Boot Cotton Mill. And as you approach the project at the foot of John Street, essentially everything to the right or to the east of John Street has been completed. On the drawings submitted, John Street is essentially on the right-hand side of the site plan, and the buildings that we're talking about here are to the left or to the west of John Street. And essentially it's where the end of the Riverwalk comes in at the foot of John Street and to the west of that point to the raceway. For the record, we're talking about Lot 3A, and the buildings are essentially outlined in red here. The Merrimack River is along the north side of the property. The Wasteway on the west side of the property. There are a number of raceways that feed the old generator systems that run underneath of this building. One is under John Street. Another is in the center of the building, and another one is on the west end of the building as well. And some of the interesting factors here is there's an entry courtyard just off of the end of John Street where there'll be some parking. There's also a partially constructed or underground detention gallery that we'll talk about in a moment. And there's an enclosed courtyard in the west end of the mill as well. And so that the proposal is to restart the project that was originally approved with the 05 DEP number by the commission. A certificate of compliance was never provided at that point in time, and hence we need a superseding order of conditions in order to complete the project. And essentially, the majority of the work is renovation of the existing structure of the interior into some commercial space and apartments. We'll be replacing windows. We'll be doing refurbishment of the brick exterior of the building. And this existing entry courtyard, while the drainage was installed, the surface course of paving was never installed. So there are a couple of questions that were raised relative to elevation, and I'll address those in our point-by-point response. The existing interior courtyard at this point is entirely impervious. It also doesn't have a drain outlet that's operating, and our proposal is to install some landscape material in there, remove the impervious surface that's there today, and reopen a storm drain that was there historically. The other primary component of the 2005 order of conditions is that the original, or I'll say pre-2005 condition in the entry courtyard is that there was a depressed loading dock as part of the old mill complex here. And as part of this particular installation, at this point, that grade was raised at the end of the loading dock by about 3.5 or 4 feet. So part of that original order of conditions was providing some storage compensation for that fill within the floodplain, and I'll address that a little bit more specifically. A couple of other items. There's, in this particular case, a 25-foot riverfront protection area adjacent to the river here in the city. And then the other lines of import are the 100-foot wetland buffer back from the river as well, which runs down through this area. And this existing courtyard here and in the interior courtyard are also within the 100-year floodplain in the city, and hence the need for the flood compensation in the past. So the documents we provided with the notice of intent are addressing the temporary construction protections. So we have some catch basin inlet protection as we may need it in a couple of spots. There are provisions for silt fence or hay bales if we need them along some of the area in the riverway. And then we also are addressing what compensation is now being provided for the flood storage. In the 2005 design, the underground detention galleries that were originally designed as detention were designed to connect to what was presumed to be an existing storm drain pipe at the end of the courtyard that then discharged into one of the raceways at some point in time. And as best as we've been able to determine, looking back through the records during construction, that pipe actually didn't exist. So while the original intention was that discharge of runoff from the roofs in this building and from the impervious area in the entry courtyard would go into that detention underground galleries for storage and then be released over time into the raceway. What in fact happens is that all the runoff goes into the galleries and it infiltrates into the groundwater underneath of the galleries. As shown in our drainage calculations, we did some load testing to identify what that infiltration rate was, and there's plenty of capacity there, so much so that we're now able to effectively infiltrate the entire runoff for the 100-year storm event off of these roofs and this impervious area into the groundwater rather than discharging that to the river. And the other document, and I have a 8.5 by 11 version of this to show, we've identified that with our proposed grades in that entry courtyard, compared to the prior existing condition before the loading dock was filled in, resulted in the fill of about 9,100 cubic feet of flood storage. And what we now have is that the runoff from the 100-year storm event effectively infiltrates into the groundwater within less than a 6-hour period. And as the Commission is probably well aware, when we do have flood events in the Merrimack River, the peak flow in the river comes down sometimes several days after the actual storm event as the watershed releases all of the runoff. So what we effectively have is that when we have the 100-year storm event, all that runoff will infiltrate into the ground below the buildings and adjacent to the river, and then the storage that is in the galleries, which is an additional 4,360 cubic feet in the green, is then available for flood storage when the river actually backs up into the drain system. So the combination of those two items actually exceeds the 9,100 cubic feet of fill that was placed in order to remove that loading dock area and create the pedestrian entrance into the building at that point.
I'm sorry, are you saying that you're relying on the chambers as your compensation?
The original intention was for compensation, although looking at as best again we could at the previous records, they didn't provide 100% of the volume of storage lost, but that's what was approved back in 2005. And what we've now determined is that rather than having an outlet, all the runoff that collects into the galleries discharges into the groundwater successfully. So in effect, what we've now created is that the runoff from the roofs and the impervious area that would normally have gone into the river now goes into the ground. So there's less flooding associated with that runoff as a starting point. And then secondly, that once the river comes to a flood stage at any point after 6 hours after the actual storm event, the galleries have emptied out so that when the river backs up into the drain system, it's got some place to go and some of that storage is replaced. The combination of those two exceeds the fill volume.
All right, I think I understand what you're saying, but there's a pretty big problem with that now. Back at the time in 2005 when this was originally permitted, underground galleries for flood compensation were allowed. They no longer are. And you're not grandfathered in. So you can't rely on the underground volume. The underground volumes of infiltration chambers and whatnot as for your flood compensation cuts. So they have to be at the same elevation and above the surface. As I said, the DEP no longer allows them, so the CMR doesn't allow them, so we can't permit them anymore. They're used for infiltration. They can't be used for flood storage compensation.
Aaron, if I may, I remember we had a conversation, I guess it might have been more with Craig at the time, and we talked about this dilemma that we have a situation where the original order was never completed in terms of certificate of compliance. And that this underground gallery exists today and is really an existing condition.
We had, the original was 2005, which would have expired in 2008, and then there was the automatic extension. Does that cover this? And I can't believe that even the automatic extension is still valid.
I'd have to check the exact dates. It's pretty close to this timeline. If it was 2005, there's a 3-year lapse. I'd have to check the exact dates.
Because I don't believe this one was extended.
You do think it was?
No, I don't
You
believe
think
it was.
Yeah. Not sure. I'd have to look.
Yeah. So I mean, even with the automatic extension, I don't think you, I don't, now the only thing you need to compensate for, at least for flood storage, is the loading dock?
That's correct.
What's the volume there?
9,100 cubic feet based on what the finished grades are that we're showing on the drawing.
And what's the, you have to refresh my memory here. What's the 100-year flood elevation on the site?
Essentially, it's about a foot higher than the existing finished floor in the building. So,
the loading dock is in the courtyard, correct?
the loading dock was in this entry courtyard.
Yeah, so and is the finished floor the same elevation as the courtyard elevation? Do you know?
Essentially, it's basically 60 on the NAVD or USGS datum, the 6776 elevation is the first floor, and then we've identified that the floodplain is about a foot higher than that at that point, so it's about 68 and a half.
So 68 and a half feet is the 100-year elevation, and so you only need to compensate. How big is this loading dock? I mean, you only need to compensate for, a foot.
The loading dock went across this whole courtyard and was just sloped down and was depressed down to the bottom or to the lower level to about 3.5 feet, as I understand it historically.
All right. So, and when was that placed in? Do you know?
That fill?
No, the loading dock. Yeah, the
loading dock predated the park taking over the boot mill.
Oh, and you filled in the ramp.
It was filled in.
Oh, okay.
It was filled in as part of the 2005 construction.
Okay, so there was a.
And that underground gallery was put in place at that point in time.
Oh, all right. So there was a depression. There was a depression in the surface at that time. So there was it was a situation where there was basically a hole that you filled in.
Yes.
I think I remember that now. I think Louisa, you were here too.
We came up with a route in our meeting with Craig where this seemed to be a route that the commission could work with.
In essence, there's no change to the site under this current proposal. The filling already occurred under the original order of conditions, and under that order of conditions, this chamber was a requirement of that. So there's really no change in flood storage based on this current order, or request for notice of
What did you
intent.
say, 9,000, how many cubic feet?
9,100 cubic feet.
That's a big hole.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
just a couple clarifications, because I had similar concerns in looking at this. I do things by gallon, so I'd converted, but your 9,100 cubic feet of storage, which is about 68,000 gallons of storage, that's what, you were looking at for flood storage capacity, but that underground gallery only accommodates about 50% of that, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, with respect to, but what wasn't considered, as I understand it, is the fact that, you have a pretty quick groundwater recharge rate, or an infiltration rate. And I guess my question was, because it wasn't clear in the report, I mean, did you do field tests, any sort of perk tests? How did you verify that? Is this just modeling, or?
Yes, no, we did a loaded test
Okay.
out there where we threw a fire hydrant hose into those catch basins. And it ran, I'm going to say 3 or 4 hours before we started to see any water starting to pond within the galleries themselves. And then we allocated that into that 6 inches per hour infiltration rate that we included in the report.
So Aaron, I guess to your point where there's no change, from what was originally contemplated, I think, if I understand it correctly, that remains the same, except the fact that where the flood storage was only at 50% capacity, you're acknowledging that and reconciling that with the fact that the groundwater infiltration serves as that remaining 50% capacity.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of remembering this issue now. We still have the problem that we can't use underground chambers for compensation. The only problem, though, as I recall now, this is sort of a unique situation. I mean, it's 9,100 cubic feet that's a big hole. I mean, that's 338 cubic yards of fill.
If I may, one of the points of conversation, we're not in the floodway here, so this was only in the flood plain. So we're talking about overflow storage from a risk or a standpoint.
Yeah.
And in the drainage calculations, don't hold me to the specific number, what we made the comparison of is what this volume represented relative to the 500,000 gallons a minute that are flowing down the river during the flood event, that it's a de minimis amount of flood storage lost relative to the overall hydraulic capacity of what's happening in the river.
Yeah, the other, there was that. The other issue is, in order for, even though that was flood storage capacity, it was a hole. And it's sort of the reverse of the other issue that we don't allow people to do when they develop in a floodplain, is we don't allow them to, if they're going to fill in, 1,000 cubic feet, or, in this particular case, 300 cubic yards.
Got to excavate it somewhere
Yeah, you
else.
got to excavate it at the same elevation. You can't dig a hole. But we've got the reverse here. We have a hole that got filled. And the hole is sort of like a inverse island here. That there's no way this loading dock was ever going to receive water until the water reached a certain elevation. And that elevation would have been the base elevation around it, not the base elevation of the hole. So by the time the water actually got into the loading dock, it already would have had to have been at a higher elevation.
It essentially would back up through the drain system rather than water.
Yeah, but still, it would have to overtop into the,
To the hole.
into the hole.
That's correct.
So, and if I recall, I think what I was, at the time, was feeling that there was two things. One, it was a de minimis amount of fill, given the nature of the fact, and we've done this before with development along the Concord River, and additionally, again, and this is very close proximity to these, to the flowway or the floodway, where the fill was rather small in relation to the capacity that was being handled. The two things that would have satisfied me, one was, I mean, you can say it's de minimis, but, 338 cubic yards, that's a lot of trucks. That's a lot of very big trucks worth of fill. So, what's a truck, 40 cubic yards?
The real long ones are, yeah. No,
Yeah,
dump trucks, about
I mean,
15.
that's what, almost 10 trucks. So that's a lot of, yeah, then those are the big ones, not the 10-wheelers. Those are the 18-wheelers. That's a lot of fill. So I mean, we can say in comparison to the Merrimack River, it's de minimis, but it really isn't de minimis. But I think what I was more concerned with back then at the time was that the river had to be, come up and then go back down again in order for it to impact this area. So I believe at the time was more satisfied if we could provide the compensation at the higher elevation would actually serve more, to me, would serve more flood storage compensation. But back then, at that time, we were allowed to do these underground chambers and count them for flood storage capacity.
And that's a dilemma the developer finds himself in at this point, in that we're restarting a project that was begun, and it's a constrained urban situation, and it's our opinion that because of the volume, comparison to the volume of flow in the river, what we're talking about here is a de minimis impact.
Was that, the fill is already there? The loading dock area that's already been filled in?
That was filled in 2005.
And that was done per the original order of conditions?
That's correct.
All right.
The only thing that wasn't put in place was the surface course of paving in the entry courtyard.
Oh, all right, so that was already done under the original order?
That's correct.
Oh, all right.
There was just never a certificate of compliance provided.
Well, that's never been a problem. So what I would suggest then is that see that. We can you can give a certificate of compliance. We don't have enough information to give a certificate of compliance. You need an as-built, but, as far as that aspect of, and I know you want to do the rest of the redevelopment, which never was done, so that needs to be done, but perhaps that should be carved out of this and be treated as work already done under the original one, because again, there's been a change in the law, and I really don't know. I really don't know how you can. We can. I'm just thinking out loud, but what I would suggest perhaps is to put together an as-built under for the work that was completed under the original order, and just have that as an existing condition under the original order, with a certificate of compliance to issue under that, as far as that aspect of it only goes, and then just go forward with respect to this new project for the rest of the site development for, and I'm assuming the underground chambers were done already?
No, that is correct. That they are in place, providing this volume of storage.
Because the work actually was already done, that actually may be grandfathered in, and I'm not sure. I mean, we could treat it as being grandfathered in, but
That was basically understanding the conversation that we had with Mr. Balmer before, is that because the work had been completed under an existing order of conditions, however, there was this element that was, deviated from that original order. It in effect was working as had been approved under the order of conditions.
what was the element that deviated from the original order?
The one that Mr. Balmer described, where it's now infiltrating and not going, it's not exiting
Oh, okay,
out
yeah,
to the-
but that's actually a benefit, though, so,
Exactly.
yeah,
Correct, it's an
Yeah.
improvement, but it in effect is working as it was approved.
yeah.
Differently, but it's working.
Well, it's working better than was originally
That's great.
approved,
Yeah.
so. I mean, at least as far as that aspect of it goes, is my suggestion would be to get a certificate of compliance for that, an as-built certificate of compliance for that, and carve that out of this particular project. You don't have to change anything. I mean, we can just, this can just go forward as far as the rest of the thing, and then that's an open issue until, until that particular aspect of it is approved. And again, that's just a legal nuance. You don't want a situation where, we come and approve it, someone appeals it, or the DEP decides to appeal it on their own and say, hey, we don't allow these things anymore. Do something else. Because they've denied a couple of, the last underground chamber we approved was a couple years ago, and they issued a superseding denial on
I
it.
think that's an appropriate way to deal with this. Our discussion with the staff, felt that we had a strategy that worked, but we certainly, and they weren't certainly speaking for the commission in that respect.
Oh, no, they speak for us all the time. They probably know more about this stuff than we do, so no one heard that, but all right, I'm sorry, I've completely cut you off.
Well,
So.
that's the critical piece of kind of what's going on here relative to the project. One of the other items that showed up in the point-by-point response for discussion, and I would like to address the point-by-point comment letter, had some questions about the sanitary sewer connection for this project. And as is presently out there, the sanitary sewer from the southern portion of the mill that's off-site flows actually around our lot, but it's a sanitary sewer that's hung on the outside of the wasteway adjacent to the building, turns the corner, again, all on the exterior of the retaining walls that are adjacent to the wasteway in the river, and then ties into the existing sanitary interceptor sewer that lies underneath of the river walk. And there were some initial questions from wastewater that they thought we were proposing a new connection to the interceptor sewer under the river walk, and we've had a conversation with Mr. Stoyer. I think there's a letter from him to that effect, and I've got a conversation memorandum on our part of that same conversation that I clarified that our intention is to eliminate that existing drain or sewer along the outside of the building, which is part of what the Historic Board and the Park Service are looking to achieve here aesthetically with the project, but that we're then going to route that through the renovated building and tie into the interceptor sewer in the same location where there's an existing point of connection. So we're just going to be doing a little bit of work out here in the bank to make that connection in place. And so we agreed to clarify that detail on the plan with wastewater.
Is that part of our plans? Have you already made those adjustments?
I have not made those adjustments. We'd be happy to do so and provide that back to the staff prior to starting construction.
Anything further?
That was the gist of the presentation of the project. If the commission would like, I'd be happy to address the comments that were provided by DPD, and we've got a letter to that effect that we can share with the commission.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't, to confess, I haven't read it through completely. But if you could comment, you had indicated that you're going to be doing exterior sandblasting. Can you, what's so?
We've clarified with the developer and the architect that we will not be doing sandblasting of the exterior.
What are you going to be doing instead?
In accordance with the, I'll address your attention to item 14 in the comment letter in our response, that we've learned that there will be a low pressure wash used to clean the brick in accordance with Historic Board and National Historic Park guidelines, as opposed to a sandblasting approach. So the work on the exterior of the building will be replacing windows. It will be a low pressure wash of the existing brick surface, and then repointing of the brick joints. And the scaffolding that will be installed to do that, we're calling for a protective cover and netting underneath of all that scaffolding in order to collect that debris and prevent it from being washed into the river or the wasteway.
Okay, so you'll have some sort of impervious barrier that'll attach to the exterior of the building to collect all the paint and other debris and the water from the pressure washers?
That is correct.
Okay. How will that? What will happen to that water? Will it be
It'll be
pulled?
collected.
Will it be pulled into
It'll
like
be
tankers or
collected,
something?
pulled into tanks and then removed off-site.
Okay. All right. And all the debris goes along with it too? I mean, is that filtered out? How is that handled?
It would be disposed of in an appropriate manner relative to either working, if it's taken to the wastewater utility, if it needs to be filtered out in terms of the solids that are in there prior to taking it there, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, that won't, that water, that unclean water, that won't be put into the sewer system?
That is correct.
Okay.
It will not.
All right. Any detergents or chemicals used?
Any detergents would be in accordance with the Historic Board and Park Service viewpoint. We'd be happy to, prior to construction, provide a cut sheet to staff. The architects sent over to us. I have a PDF version on my phone, but I don't have a printout yet.
Well,
of a environmentally green product that is used for these types of applications.
well, yeah, I mean, even a little bit step beyond that, even to the point where it's safe for fish. Because it's, I mean, through the best efforts of all of us, this is, you know, you have to believe that some of this stuff is going to end up in the river. So, you know, I mean, nothing's perfect. So, you know, even green chemicals can have immediate effects on the local habitat that relies on their gills to breathe, so.
We'll confirm that.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, anything further?
So if I may, just would like to walk through briefly the comment letter. Item 1 was just the superseding order question, and no specific response was needed from us, and we'll take care of working out with staff how to get a certificate of compliance in for the old original order to resolve that issue. Item 2, at the time of the writing of the comment letters, we didn't have a response from Natural Heritage. We've now received that, and there's a copy of that letter also attached to our response here. Item 3 is the discussion about the sanitary sewer connection. You have correspondence from Mr. Stewart in wastewater, and also our copy of record from that conversation as well. Item 4 was just a typo. Item 5, there's a question about the catch basin in the enclosed courtyard, and we'll provide some additional detail, but essentially we're placing this catch basin just to the exterior or adjacent to the remaining impervious surface that we'll have in the courtyard design, so that the runoff that falls into that enclosed courtyard has an outlet. It currently doesn't have one. And we'll clarify the details to make sure that the precast concrete curbing that we're looking at as an edge would be depressed in front of that catch basin so that all that water drains there appropriately. Item 6 was a question about the existing trench drains in the entryway. At the foot of John Street, there are 2 trench drains. One is on our lot of interest, lot 3A. The other one is on the adjacent lot, which is lot 3. And those trench drains predated this work, and as best as we can tell, were installed as part of the boot renovations for the park and the Riverwalk, and were installed prior to 1998. And those drains discharge directly into the raceway underneath of the mills directly, and then to the river. So it's a question of what happens, or where those were, and what was their situation. Item 7, there's a question about catch basins in the northeast corner, and I think we have a situation where some of the combination of information we had at the time from record drawings versus survey got carried over into the drawings. There's actually no catch basin in the area of the Riverwalk in the northeast corner any longer. There was one right at the top of where the ramp down to the Riverwalk takes place, and that was removed either as part of the 1998-99 improvements or the 2005. I'm guessing probably the 98 improvements, and it was just a carryover on our existing conditions plan, and we'll take care of that graphic. There are 2 catch basins in the grass area up here adjacent to the steps. They're both clogged. I looked at those yesterday. Our presumption is that they discharge, or historically may have discharged directly below that zone in the area behind the interceptor sewer. item 8 was the discussion about the existing underground gallery, and we wanted to clarify the question is, does the gallery function as designed? The answer is no, and we've addressed that in our prior discussion. Item 9 regards the minor regrading in the entrance courtyard, and essentially we're clarifying that really all we're looking to do here, there's a couple low spots. The catch basins that drain this courtyard were placed at a presumed elevation, thinking that the final surface course of asphalt was going to come in a short time frame after their placement. That didn't happen. So there's a couple other spots where there's been some settling, and essentially we're basically just going to create the finished grade that was always intended here in this entry courtyard. While it's a little bit different from what's there today, what's there today doesn't drain properly. We want to provide proper drainage both into the galleries and so that there's no ponding out there for winter conditions where there could be some freezing. Item 11 had some questions about when we would provide information on general contractor. The developer anticipates closing on this property sometime in the spring, and we would then proceed with construction and building permit applications, and at that point we will provide that information to the commission. There's a question on item 12. The pollution prevention plan refers to hay bales as the preferred drain inlet protection, and we'll take care of modifying that and providing a modified copy of the report. The plans call for silt bags in the catch basins for erosion control in these areas where we're doing some work, and not hay bales. So that is not our intention. It was just an inadvertent oversight on our part in the text of the pollution prevention plan for construction, and we'll take care of modifying that and resubmitting. Item 13, a question about soil and gravel stockpiles. And because of the constrained site here, we're not anticipating storing any materials, as we need to work in the courtyards and the like. We'll be bringing the material in on a dump truck and offloading it to a front-end loader to feed the different areas, as the case might be. So we're not looking to need any stockpile materials. And item 14 was the question about the wash material for the exterior. So I guess our question, if the commission is willing, the items that we see here in our responses, we certainly would be amenable to taking those as conditions in an order if the commission were willing to issue that tonight, and then we'd be happy to come in with the request for a certificate of compliance on the original 05 order and get that in here in the next week or so.
All right, I'm going to open this up for questions now from the commission. Commissioner Lovely?
No further questions at this point.
Commissioner Chalupka?
I just another small thing from the pollution prevention guide. I was just concerned about the fact that there's no specific plan for kind of like reducing the use of chemicals for de-icing and fertilizing the landscaped areas and stuff like that. I feel more comfortable with a more strict pollution prevention plan with regard to the chemicals that'll be used. I mean, it's just kind of vague. It says that maintenance practices should be aimed at reducing environmental stresses. So I would like a little more detail, I guess, please.
You specifically referring to applications of materials onto the asphalt for de-icing?
And the landscaped areas for fertilizer or
Oh, okay.
pest control. It just seems to me in other similar projects in similar areas, we have not been in favor of using salt right on the river there.
I think we can certainly come up with an appropriate material based on past approvals that and precedent that the commission has provided, and we'd be happy to stipulate to those here in this order.
Commissioner Varnum?
I have no questions.
Commissioner Moore?
For on number 6, for that trench drain, would it be possible for that to be incorporated into the infiltration system or something with at least a deep sump rather than dumping straight into the raceway?
It's our opinion that would be very difficult to do. In that right through this constrained zone where the building juts out and the actual entrance into the courtyard is less than 20 feet wide, or maybe about 20 feet wide. There's a sanitary sewer line that goes through there. There's a water main that feeds the fire service into the buildings. There's a gas service. Don't think there's electrical. There are a number of other underground utilities that are all running through that zone. If I didn't mention, there's some sanitary sewer that comes back out through this zone. And we don't really feel it's feasible to be able to create a connection from that point back into to the gallery.
And that's totally understandable. Do you have any other spots where you could, whether it's existing infrastructure or not, where you could add deep sumps, anything like that, just in the interest of cleaning things up a little bit more along the way? Or route them into your existing infiltration system?
Well, we have done so in this interior courtyard. So
Right.
while there's an old catch basin that was in this courtyard that's non-functioning, it's plugged up, and the pipe went underneath the building and discharged to the wasteway. We're doing some improvement in this particular location in that right now it's 100% impervious. Doesn't actually run off other than into the building, which is not ideal for obvious reasons. And so we're cutting down the volume of impervious surface there, which will increase some groundwater recharge. And that sump will have a deep sump on it to provide, whatever benefits we can out of this area before there's discharge into the wasteway. And based on the level of improvements that we were making, we felt that was about the limit of what we could realistically accomplish here in this redevelopment scenario.
Right. Yeah, and the entire area that needs the the final coat of pavement, right? All the base layers are in place for all of that.
That is correct, and it have been so
It's too
since
late for
2005, 2006.
Too late for permeable stuff. Huh? All right.
Well,
thank you.
the reality is the way that the galleries function, where you're getting that.
It negates
because
that.
it has we had the capability, the roof that drains to this is the roof off of this building, all the surface on top of it and some of the other adjacent roof areas discharged to this zone. And 100% of that water, even in a 100-year storm event, goes into groundwater recharge. So it's as good as having the permeable paving solution.
Commissioner Lynch?
How long do you anticipate the construction or the redevelopment to take?
I think I would defer to Mr. Rosinski. I'm thinking 18 months? Is that what we were? 15 months.
Okay.
So ideally, we'd be able to start this summer and be able to wrap things up in about 15 months.
I have two questions. The regrading in the courtyard, I know you characterize it as minor, but this is a floodplain. And I know in one part you characterized that you're not planning any post around the catch basins, any post elevation changes, post-development elevation changes from existing conditions. But you had indicated, from what I understand, that some of the catch basins aren't functioning because they're at a higher elevation.
That's correct. There's a little bit of a high point, again, just past this constraining point now, where the runoff that collects on the asphalt doesn't drain. And it's a combination of a depressed area in the subgrade of the asphalt that's there, as well as the raised rims on the catch basins as they exist today. And part of what we're attempting to show to the contractor here is we need to make some other adjustments, and particularly in this area, to actually lower some of the grade to make sure that everything drains positively in the different directions here. So while there's in some cases, an inch of asphalt or so that has to go in for this top coat, there's a couple other places where we actually need a lower grade. And it's so subtle that without doing spot elevations on a 10-foot grid throughout here and working out, it'd be difficult to calculate the actual volume. But it's within, probably 1/100% of the numbers that we're talking about here.
And that's what exists now?
Yes, sir.
The catch basin rims were put in as part of the original
Yes.
project? Those were new catch basins for the 595 project?
That's correct. There are two down this end of the courtyard, and there's another one in the center area of the gallery.
And so the elevations of the courtyard now, and I'm assuming service vehicles go down there and stuff like
that's
that.
correct.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them down there. So that the elevations that they're on now, that was excavated down for ultimate top coats as part of the original 595 project.
Yes, sir.
So those were low. What's there now is lower than what was there prior to 2005 in some spots.
I'd have to do a specific comparison on that. That's probably the case in this end of the courtyard.
Are the rim elevations on the catch basins that were installed as part of the 595 project, are they where they were supposed to be?
Best we can tell, yes.
Well, let's measure.
We've got as-built survey, and we'll show that on the certificate of compliance.
Let's measure them and make sure, because this is floodplain, so.
It didn't appear that we needed to make any modifications to those grades, and we could make all this work. Part of the other constraint that we're dealing with is making sure that we maintain appropriate minimum covers over this underground detention gallery that's there relative to the loading vehicles and fire trucks that would come into that zone. So we need to be careful, on the one hand, on the floodplain storage side, we certainly don't want to add
I understand what you're saying there, but you can't also build something out and you put it too high and then say, we got other fire trucks in there, so we need, 3 feet of, 3 feet of over coverage, and wait a second, we're going to be filling it. You can't
we believe
do.
if we
I mean,
if we
the
build
answer to that is
consistent
dig
with
it up and make them
2005,
lower.
we should be fine there.
All
So
right.
we'll confirm that.
To follow up on what Commissioner Moore and what the DPD and what our crew identified with respect to the trench drains. Do the trench drains, do they all empty into those two circular raceways at the end of, just before you get to the river? And
I think you're probably, there's an
oh,
open
right in the
grate
middle,
here.
just past the open courtyards, there's two large circular cisterns raceways.
That you look down into?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right here. I think there's another one on the other.
Okay, yeah, okay, so the trench drains empty into those?
Well, the raceway that feeds the old generators that are in that location, the canal is on the other side of this next complex
Right.
of mills.
Right, and the canals.
Runs underneath of John Street.
Right.
To that point. And we did some TV testing on a number of the different drains to figure out where they went. And both of these trench drains just drop straight down into that wasteway, or raceway, which is 15, 20 feet deep below grade here at this point.
So they just go through a catch basin somewhere along the way and drop straight down into the...
I think there's just a pipe at the end of the typical trench drain has a slope in the bottom of it to an outlet, and in many cases that might be a horizontal outlet that then ties into another portion of the system. In this case, that outlet is just a vertical pipe that then goes down and discharges into that raceway, and that's the way it's been for 15 years or so now.
Because those circular cisterns or whatever, I mean, those are the inlets to the old, wheel, the water.
The old generators.
Yeah, the water would go, whatever whether mechanical or whatnot. Those are often filled with debris. And I know some of it gets in from up above, unfortunately, people walking through there and they, it's treated as a dumpster for crying out loud. It's a shame, actually. But I mean, this is Lowell. And we invent a lot of things here. Is there anything that can be done to take out the suspended solids before? There's probably not a lot you can do, for gas and oil separators, but is there anything that can be done for the suspended solids before it gets into the river? I mean, there's got to be some sort of,
there's got to be some sort of
floating
where we put it.
sump that can be done. And still meet historical requirements.
Possible. I would, knowing all the underground utilities that are running through that zone, and then what's happening over top of the wasteway, I'd say we'd be happy to take a look at that and maybe provide some documentation when we came back with our certificate of compliance, so if we could work with staff here as a potential solution. And document what we can or can't do, and come back at that point in time and document what we've been able to accomplish if we can.
All right.
I'm just throwing out an idea. I'm
All
not
right.
sure what's going
Same
to be
here.
acceptable to you.
What do we want to do with this? And I haven't closed the public hearing yet, and I'm not sure, actually, we're even going to, I mean, do we feel comfortable permitting this with the condition that we need more information? I mean, we got a couple of areas. One, I think we need to see some spot elevations or some rim elevations in the courtyard for the catch basins. We need to see the details about the sewer line relocation and erosion control and whatnot. And obviously, there's a number of changes between what was originally indicated in the notice of intent and what we've heard tonight that the applicant has offered to or has already made changes to in response to both the comments from planning and development and also just from tonight, and perhaps some of them right on their own. But how do we feel? Can we go forward here, or do we need, does this need to come back? Because I mean, if we can go forward tonight, I'm going to open it up, and I'll close the hearing and open it up.
Just a question, in light of what we were saying before about the work that was completed, and having concern as to whether if we didn't, issue a certificate of compliance or a partial certificate of compliance for that work, would it be premature to move forward, with this NOI? Would it be better to continue this NOI and get the closure or partial closure of the previous work through a partial certificate of compliance? I raise that as a question. Would that maybe for you, Aaron? I mean, I'm just trying to think administratively what would be more efficient for the applicant.
I think the applicant wants to get, I think I don't want to speak for them,
Right.
but I think they want to get started. That's kind of what that's kind of the,
That's a good presumption.
yeah, that's kind of the theme I'm getting here.
If there's a way that we could work concurrently, I don't think there's a procedural issue between the two. We'll certainly be able,
Yeah,
we've got, I think, a pretty good amount of data on that existing underground gallery to be able to put a compliance
Yeah, if I could,
certificate together.
I mean, procedurally wise, Commissioner Levy, I'm not, I can't think of anything offhand that would prevent us. I guess I'm more looking toward whether or not we're just satisfied that, we can condition this tonight with all these open issues still. I'm more concerned with that than I am with, then closing out the 595 order, with the work that's already been completed under a partial. I'm assuming that a partial as-built and that can be done.
All right.
I guess I see your point. If you can't get the partial, then it's got to become part of this, and if we permit this, then you're sort of foreclosed on that aspect of the loading dock issue, so, yeah.
Well, that's why I'm saying just the unintended consequence of prematurely moving ahead. And I'm wondering, just continuing this to the next hearing, having those issues resolved, I would think it would be, pretty straightforward and simple to, at that next hearing, to probably, forward a motion to, for the work to proceed with a standard order of conditions with some specific conditions, and probably less conditions because we would have cleared up some of the ambiguities that we're raising tonight, like the spot elevations and things that you made up. That's just a thought. I guess I'd be interested in what other commissioners have to
Yeah, I
say.
mean, I just want to get a feel from the commission. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of closing out an order of condition, or closing out a notice of intent in a public hearing when there's a lot of, even, they might be minor, but when there's a lot of things that need to be revised and changed, I like to see them before I vote on them. That's just me, but, but again, that delays. I mean, if it's permitted tonight, the appeal period starts tonight, even though we have to approve stuff in the future, at least, they come back in 2 weeks, it's approved, you're ready to go.
So your next hearing date is the 28th?
Yeah, it's, the 14th would be the 28th.
28th.
So, and then,
I think that would work with.
I mean, you can
schedule at the end of the
start,
day.
I mean, you can start at your own risk prior to the appeal period having expired, but as you know, it's under your own risk, so.
Understood.
so-
I think we can get these modifications back in here and be able to clean up the process for you, and then also have certainly the certificate of compliance in for review. If it's not ready for the commission yet, certainly be into staff at that point.
All right, Commissioner Chalupka, any further concerns? I mean, Commissioner Bonham?
I think it'd be a lot neater to do it that way and do the certificate of compliance first.
We're happy to do that if that's what the commission would prefer. That's
Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Lynch? Okay, all right. Then at the request of the applicant, let me call, is there anyone here who would like to offer their comments or concerns? This public hearing's not being closed tonight, so it's going to be continued, but, okay, chair notes there's no one. I'm assuming you guys are here for the next project. You drew the lucky straw, huh? So,
For your time this evening.
at the request of the applicant, do I have a motion to continue?
To continue.
Seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lynch. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. Okay, thank you. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Moving on, notice of intent, Matthew Bombaci, concerning DP file number 2060688, and the project location is 181 Industrial Avenue East. It's construction of an addition in an existing paved area in a buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetlands. If you could kindly identify yourself for the record.
Sure. I don't know if you're ready. Good evening. My name is Bruce Ringwall from Goldsmith Preston Ringwall. With me this evening is Adi Shania from S&A Industrial Nominee Trust, the owners of the property. The property is located at 181 Industrial Ave East at the corner of Swan Ave. Is it possible for me to use the mic over there so I can point out things as we're going forward?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, sir. The property is an existing building that's a little over 50,000 square feet in size. They're adding in an addition, or proposed to add an addition of about 5,000 square feet to the side of the building. The current area where they want to add the addition is a paved parking lot. And that area is about 10,000, a little over 10,000 square feet, which would be removed. And there would be a net reduction in impervious surface of just shy of 5,000 square feet, about 4,690, pardon me, square feet that would be reduced in impervious area. Currently, there's a high point right around through here, right about through the middle of the proposed new building. This water to the west of that drains towards the catch basins that are existing in the paved parking lot along Swan Street. The roof area would drain to a series of drop inlets or roof gutters that would go into a series of leaching galleys where we have proposed in the buffer zone where there's currently pavement now, and that area that's currently paved that drains towards the wetlands would be loamed and seeded. So again, there's a net gain of pervious area on the site, and a total net gain of about 10,000 square feet of clean runoff, because as we're well aware, the roof area is considered clean impervious surface. There are a series of roof scuppers that exist right now across this section of the roof. Those would also be picked up and go across and dropped into those leaching galleys in that back area. It's pretty straightforward from that standpoint. Fortunately, we don't have any floodplain filling. I guess that's been the course of the evening. The site is very close to, and the current impervious surface is very close to the wetland edge now. Obviously, we're pulling that back and cleaning that area up. That's the bulk of it. There was some questions that Aaron and staff had raised that they went over with Matt from my office, and I'll gladly go through with you if you want to now, or if you want to ask questions first. Okay. Aaron raised the issue that we did not submit calculations to address the peak rate of attenuation, recharge, and water quality. That being because the site is a reduction in a redevelopment area and a reduction in the surface areas. We did address, but we didn't do actual calculations, we did address each of the existing areas in our stormwater management narrative that was put out to the commission, and went through the various different 10 standards, showing that we have no new untreated discharges. Our peak rate of attenuation has been reduced, as well as we've provided for infiltration of just shy of 250 cubic feet for the roof runoff. We've picked up from the water quality for the first half-inch of rain off the roof. More than all of that is being captured in the storage, the infiltration chambers. There are no land uses with high pollutant loads on the property, no critical discharges. It's, again, within the redevelopment area, and we're covering items 2 to 4 of those areas. The construction period for pollution prevention and construction control measures protecting the existing drainage system on our plans. We've proposed to use silt sacks in the catch basins, so that if there were to be any runoff of sediment towards the existing structures, the silt sacks would catch that. And we also proposed a wattles, straw wattles adjacent to the wetland edge. We did not propose an operation and maintenance plan for the leaching galleys that would be installed, because it is set up for clean roof water runoff, and we don't have any monitoring posts put in for that. It's to be clean water coming down to those from the roofs and going into it. And obviously there's be a prohibition of any illicit discharges. They raised the issue of the question of a filter mitt versus the straw wattles. Given that this is a very flat site in the area where the work is being proposed over through here, we felt that the straw wattles would be more than adequate. If it is a steeper sloped area, or if it was looked like it was going to be a longer period of construction, we would be first to suggest the filter mitt. But this should be a fairly quick construction period. We'll be removing the asphalt, putting up the foundation, and this will be a metal erected building on top of that. So this is going to be a very quick construction period. Again, there are 2 catch basins that are over here. If you look at the spot grades on the plan and the contours, you see that the water from this area drains back to those areas, so any impervious surface left is draining towards the catch basins. They made mention of a number of downspouts across the back. There are about 7 of them. 3 of them are getting picked up through here, possibly 4, and going into the structures, as I mentioned. These 3 across here currently discharge on the surface. In this particular area here, there's actually a little bit of a rise before it goes down towards the wetlands. So it's a sandy gravel area, and most of that water is recharged, caught there, because it can't flow directly to the wetlands and recharged in. There was a fair amount of rubble that was over here, some pallets and stuff. Most of that has been picked up and set to be hauled away, with the exception of some concrete that is spilled from some previous time that's on top of the asphalt. That would obviously be picked up when this work is done. And The last one they had was a long-term prevention and maintenance on the drainage structures, and I addressed that a moment ago.
The straw wattles, those are the low ones, right? Yeah, I don't think we've ever approved those as a large barrier, especially with significant construction. I know you're saying it's short-term, but especially with significant construction in very close proximity to a wetland resource. I can say that with all confidence. We've never approved that, and that's not a,
We're happy to go with the filter mitt.
yeah, that's really not a slope I want to, a precedent I want to establish. Does this need a special permit? I know this is probably a zone what, industrial?
Zone Industrial A, and the size of it is such that there's no site plan permit approved.
No, I'm not, I don't mean that. I mean for construction within 50 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. That's typically a no-build zone in the city, so it's just to let you know.
Right.
We can permit it, but you may, under the City of Lowell zoning and wetlands ordinance, may be required to get a special permit to do that. 50 with there's two buffer zones. There's the 100-foot buffer zone, but then there's the 50-foot buffer zone, and the 50-foot's generally a no-build zone.
Right.
Okay.
And I think from what the readings that we had with that and my discussions with Aaron and Craig back some time ago when we were first talking about this, and then I think Matt had the discussions with them as well, we felt that this was the permitting that was necessary for the project.
Okay, I know in the past, some of these have been referred, it's not gonna stop you here, but it could stop you somewhere else. When we've approved these, we've made recommendations for approval to the ZBA, but I'm not sure if this requires a special permit.
We've talked about this, and we came up with this permit path, but I'll take another look at that, because that is a possibility that this.
Yeah, I know, we haven't approved a new building inside of the 50-foot in a long time, so it's something you may want to take a second look at. I'm assuming this isn't this isn't chump change for the company. It's a fairly significant addition, so you'd hate to be in a situation where you don't have the right permit in place.
We're pretty certain that we're all set,
Okay.
but
I
we'll
mean,
double check.
Again, it's not really our commission that can give you that, and so I'm just bringing it up. And so as I'm saying, we haven't approved a structure within 50 feet in a long time, so it's, I've been on the commission for, 17, 18 years now, and I can probably only think of 2 or 3, so this, it's something you want to take a look at. I know there's language in the bylaw about this, so. Any questions, Commissioner Lovely? Commissioner Chaluka? Okay, I'll just pass over you, Commissioner Varnum.
Are there any exterior entrances from this building, from this addition?
Yes, there's a man door here and an overhead door for deliveries.
And those would both be on the south side?
They'd be on the western side right here to the paved surface.
Okay, all right, I see. Okay. I was wondering about perhaps putting a fence between the building and your chain link fence to keep vehicles out of that soon-to-be grassed area that you're removing the pavement?
Yes, the scale's over there, but I'm pretty certain we're down to a very narrow spot here. If you 30 scale, it's probably about an 8-foot, maybe 10-foot separation at this corner to the fence right
So not really wide enough for a vehicle?
now. No, and it's gonna be lawn. We're stopping the pavement here on the side.
Okay. I was wondering about the removal of the pavement. Did you mention loam and seed?
That's correct. The pavement, this whole area that's paved currently will all be removed, and that area will be loamed and seeded.
Okay, do you have any indication of how much loam you're proposing?
I'm sure that it's addressed on the notes in the back here. Typically, it's going to be 6 inches of loam and then a seed mix. Maybe a standard park seed mix, probably.
And I was wondering about the, you said the roof drains that are behind the proposed addition on the main building there now flow just down onto the ground?
That's correct. There's a series of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 right through here, and these 3 will be picked up across this building, and they'll go into the proposed galleys. These 3 right here will continue to discharge onto the ground. It's a very sandy soil, and there's a berm up before the grade slopes back down towards the wetlands.
So would there be an opportunity to tie those 3 into the, or would that be
I think it
too
would
great for the
probably
galley?
overtax the system that's being proposed. What it will do, though, is because this structure's here, instead of having any pavement that it would have run over before, it's all gonna be lawn, so it's gonna have overland flow. And again, it's clean surface, clean water. Roof water is considered clean runoff water. So it'd be clean water, anything that didn't get absorbed in the ground and flow towards the wetlands.
How deep is that infiltration bed below the surface?
You have a minimum of 12-inch cover, and then the structures above it. The loaming area is going to go, so it's about 16 inches below the top.
So, okay. I did notice some, there might be a little more trash out there along the wetland line. Is that something that's going to be removed?
That's correct.
I was, at first glance, concerned about the proximity to the wetland boundary that proposal presents. But I think with a building such as this with no outside entrances to that side, perhaps we have a less chance of encroachment than we would. And you say there isn't room for a vehicle to go between that space, so this is perhaps something that would be workable should we decide to approve it, in that I don't see a big opportunity for encroachment like we're concerned with a residence, for instance.
I would agree. And also, again, by having the building here and limiting this space, it's going to prevent from the trash and stuff that you have over there now. I wouldn't want to connect this fence from the standpoint of emergency services, allow them to have easy access around the back of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chalupka? No, okay. Commissioner Moore?
So how long do you anticipate the project to take?
Did you have any input on that? You're looking at a month and a half.
Okay, and
We'll say 2 months.
sure. For the loaming phase, at least, would you be stockpiling on site, or? Would that just be a day or two of that?
This material would be removed immediately as soon as it comes up, and, you know, brought back to a batching plant where they would recycle the asphalt. As far as bringing in the loam and seed, we'd have that done during the growing season so that it would be spread out, you know, brought on site and spread out, and then seeded and taken care of.
Right, and brought on site and spread out in a day? Is that a?
Yeah, I would, within a couple of days, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lynch?
No questions.
All right.
One more thought. Is there any possibility of at least trying to eradicate the bamboo that's out there?
Definitely can. Been working with a lot of clients towards eradicating invasive species. As you well know, the biggest problem with that is, you know, this is a larger body of wetlands that hooks way back up and around. And this is a very small area of it here. They can take it out here, but unless it's addressed throughout the whole area, it's going to seed back in again. But we can definitely work on taking it out over there. Do you have a preference? It's been a little while since I've been down there. I'm trying to remember if it's just up on the edge or if it actually is into the wetlands as well.
I was looking from outside the fence. I only saw one of the wetland tags. It's outside of the wetland line.
Okay, so if it's outside the wetland, if it's all right with the commission, we could, you know, take it out when they're taking the asphalt out and use the actual excavator and pull it, and then just top dress seed that area. Alternatively, we'd have to use glyphosate and, you know, cut and brush it.
Worth a try if you could stay outside of the wetland boundary with your removal equipment.
Anything further from the commission? Okay. Is there anyone here who would like to offer their comments or concerns, either for or against? And I know you're all set? Okay. Your chair knows that there's no one here. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll offer a motion to close the public hearing.
Seconded by? Oh, Commissioner Chaluka? Oh, all right, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. All right, two parts to this. The second one is just in case, but the first one, do I have a motion to issue to permit this?
I'll offer a motion to issue a permit with a standard order of conditions.
Okay, Lowell standard order of conditions. Okay. Any special conditions?
I don't think so.
All right, we
It's
want
pretty
to mention
straightforward.
changing the wattles to
Yes,
filtration barrier.
yeah, to that synthetic, what is it? I forget the name of it. I'm used to using straw wattles. I don't know what it's called. Filter net, thank you.
Yeah, filter mat. All right. And to the extent possible, the removal of the bamboo? Okay, all right.
Are you all right with the glyphosate use?
Say that again?
You all right with glyphosate use as a brush-on application and/or excavation of the roots? There are two different methodologies.
Come on up to the podium.
Sorry, pardon me. I think I probably left that mic on too. Two different methodologies. One is actual excavation of the roots, and the other is to cut and use glyphosate, a herbicide that's approved by DEP to be used in the buffer zone or wetlands, where you brush it on the stem once you've cut it. You don't want to do it in the springtime because obviously there's too much uptake of nutrients through the roots, and it just pushes the stuff back out. But in the summer and in the fall, it works very well. You can cut it and it goes down in through the roots and kills it off.
Do you generally do a combination of those then?
When you can excavate and get them out, yeah, you're better off if you can excavate and take out root systems. Some things, the roots are down pretty deep, and then you have to come back and use the cutting methodology. I've not been involved with an invasive species yet that a one-time application does the trick. It's, you get the bulk of it, and then you get some that comes back, and you go back and either pull or cut and use herbicide on it. And it's a several year operation. Again, when you have as many seed pods as we have on adjacent properties here, unless the city is doing the cemetery side and the abutters doing their portions of it, it's going to wind up coming back. But we would be happy to give a shot at it the first time around.
I'm okay with either of those methods, as long as you stay outside the wetland boundary.
Not a problem.
All right. That's part of the motion? Okay. It's seconded by Commissioner Chalupka. Any further discussion? All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now, second part to that is, to the extent that it's needed, do I have a motion to recommend either to the ZBA or to the appropriate board any special permit that the Conservation Commission would be in favor of issuing a special permit to allow the development as proposed?